Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our World Heritage, Diversity and Gender Debate 2021. Now, yesterday was an amazing day, and today we promise it will be more amazing. Now, today we're going to be talking about the acknowledging the intangible heritage as part of our future heritage cast. But before we kick off, I am going to introduce Sophia Labadi to do the opening remarks. Over to you, Sophia.
So I just wanted to welcome everybody to day 2 of our amazing conference on diversity and gender. My name is Sophia Labadi. I'm a professor of heritage at the University of Kent. So as you might know, this conference marks the end of a month of events on diversities and gender. And I would like to thank Toki Lautan Brown for the organization of this amazing conference. As you might know, the month of March also had a number of webinars for them. And I wanted to thank Los Veldpost for having organized those webinars. They were recorded and we'll put the URL of the recording in the chat if you are not able to watch and attend those webinars. Finally, there was a call for participation that I coordinated, and I want to thank all of the people. Hey, thank you very much. I want to thank all of the people who next slide, please. Yes, great. I want to thank all of the people who submitted an entry. And the aim of the call for participation was to ensure that narratives on world heritage can be diversified and that can move from exclusive and oppressive approaches to more inclusive ones. Selected participants are still working on their final submission, but there will be some presentations of some of the selected participants later on today, and I invite you to listen to that as well as the amazing conference today. Before we look at today's agenda, I wanted to summarize some of the key ideas from yesterday's session. So again, if you missed the session, it was fully recorded, and we'll put the URL on in the chat. So there was a consensus yesterday that there are many monuments in the public space that perpetuate oppression. These monuments delegitimize people from Africa in particular, or from diversity in general. These statues, we talked a lot about statues, but also monuments, help to hold structures of power inherited from times of slavery and colonialism. Who we celebrate need to be revealed as one way to highlight and challenge existing power relations and structural injustices. We discussed a lot the example of Oxford and Oxford University in the UK, and we were shown that the landscape is there to remind people of their servitude and to reflect white supremacy. Descendants of slaves and people from diversity have not been healed because they are not recognized and their experiences is invalidated. We had an absolutely amazing paper on that yesterday. So the dominant white society does not recognize that enslaving people is wrong when they celebrate white supremacists. And we discussed the example of Columbus at length yesterday. So the session yesterday were also invigorating because panelists highlighted a number of possible solutions. This includes renaming streets, as is a project in Liverpool that still has hundreds of slave owners as street names. We were very lucky to be able to see the uncomfortable tour of Oxford, but there's also a number of other uncomfortable tours around the world. And we also recognize the importance of discussions, highlighting the histories of monuments and revealing their hidden past. And my favorite idea is to produce counter narratives in the public space. And we heard about, you know, some kind of live monuments, which I kind of loved. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to talk about today's, we have 2 sessions. So we have panel 3, which is on intangible heritage as part of Future Heritage Past. And this afternoon is going to be on sustainable development goals with these spaces and places of heritage. And I'm sure it's going to be as fascinating as yesterday, so stay tuned. Next slide, please. Okay, housekeeping issues. The spoken language will be mostly English. All captions in English for this event can be accessed via the CC icon on your screen below. The webinar will be recorded and live streamed on YouTube. For questions, please use the Q&A box below. Please do not use the chat. And a small additional information, we want to make sure your experience is positive and productive, and we do not tolerate harassment or bullying in any form. I think yesterday went really well, so I'm sure today will go very well as well. Next slide, please. We are very active on social media. So this month and this conference are part of Our World Heritage Initiative. Today you can tweet if you want. There's a number of hashtags you can use, and there's the name at Our World Heritage 50 that you can use whenever you tweet. Please do so. That would be wonderful. I think that is all for me. Thank you very much, and I wish you a really productive conference. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia, for being able to put that power-packed events yesterday, you know, in a summary like that, you know, so thank you very much. And we'll move on then quickly to the ancestral prayers. If Frida Larios will kindly do that for us. Frida.
En este día muy importante que estamos en este evento en vivo para El Salvador y todas las personas que están en el exterior, nos complace iniciar este evento haciendo un saludo a los 4 rumbos, a los 4 elementos, ya que el contenido del libro se refiere a algo ancestral, a algo que hace memoria sobre lo que era Joya de Serén, y que rescata mucha identidad, rescata lengua y rescata historia. Así de que vamos a hacer el saludo a los 4 puntos cardinales. Voy a pedir a los presentes que se nos podemos poner de pie. Y voy a pedir también que aquí a la par de Frida se pueda venir la doctora Moreno Magay. No se puede pasar por. Vamos a guardar un poco la distancia, pero allí se pueden poner ustedes dos representando a las mujeres. Muy bien. Vamos a iniciar este evento saludando al elemento sol, donde sale el sol. Acá nos ubicamos en la posición donde sale el sol y decimos en náhuatl, Yekpeina Nutegutunal, Pinemi Nigan Nutepechan Tigman, Paltitechmaga Ini Tunal, Paltitmaga Ini Amashti, Palnepipilme, Palne Muchi Almeheme Tihueli, Timumashtia Tunenahuatl, Timumashtia Netunelguavi, Paliush Nutegu Tunal. Ahora giramos hacia donde está, donde viene el viento, y repetimos estas palabras: Yekpeina Tutegu Ejegar, Pinemi Nigan, Tutectechan Higmar, Bini Tunal, Muchi Amehemet, Tinamaga Ine Amasti, Pal Nepipilbe, Weli, Timumastia, Tunelguayo. Ahora giramos hacia la noche y decimos Yekpeina Nunantayuba, Tineminiga, Pal Tinemaga, Ini Amasti, Pal Nepipil, Ninisiwapilme, Weli, Timumastia, Taitupal. Ahora hacia donde está el mar, donde llega toda el agua, y decimos Yekpeina Nunan Ad, Tinemi Nigan, Tutetechan Igman, Palginamagat, Ini Tunal, Ini Amasti, Palmuchi Nipipilme, Weli, Omashtia, Netunelguayo.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to now start proper. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Viri Komalafe. I'll be moderating the morning session of this event. I'd like to draw your attention again to what Sophia's already said. If there are any questions, please kindly use the Q&A. And as we go along and introduce all the panelists and speakers, just note that their bios will be put on the chat so you can follow that up there as well. So before we kick off now, just want to talk briefly about what this session is all about. I know Sophia did point it out. So the session seeks to focus on the value and the place of intangible heritage and sustainability among the diverse communities across the world. So tangible heritage, is inseparable from the tangible cultural practices. How might the World Heritage adopt an approach that might be thoroughly recognized in the interconnectivity between these heritage forms? Now, we will also be looking at the examples like, which might include the safeguarding of natural heritage and knowledge to practice in the future sustainability of, this heritage. Having said that, I'm going to introduce I'll line up panelists for today. So we have Henrietta Marie, we have Lisa Ravna Finbog, Yewande Okuleye. Now we're going to be calling on Lisa first, and before I do that, just like I said, it will be on the chat as well. So Lisa Ravna Finbog is a semi scholar and Duja from Oslo, Vamste Scantlitz on the Norwegian side of Sampi. Now she's based in Oslo, where she's currently pursuing a PhD in Musology at the University of Oslo. So without any further ado, can I just invite Lisa, if she wants to come on?
Yes, thank you. So I'm just going to go straight into my thoughts and reflection on the questions that was asked of the participants before this panel. So while I was preparing for the panel, I was reading a book on ethics and how we as researchers, but also as beings living on Yatna, the earth, have responsibilities to all our relations. Now, this is an ethics that demands a duty of care, and we find variations of it in different indigenous languages and cultures across borders of time and space. Now, some might think this interesting, but perhaps not really relevant to today's topic. But on the contrary, how we perceive the worlds we live in and how we develop our ways of being, knowing, and doing is very much relevant to the topic of heritage, intangible as well as tangible, because it tells of contradicting worldviews or ontological conflicts, and the consequent violences, and note the plural here, of colonialism. In the book I was reading, the author spoke of nature culture, and while the term itself might not be that significant, what it represents the reasoning for such a term to be conceived of is. Coined in 2003 by Donna Haraway, nature cultures speak to the idea that nature and culture is so intertwined as to be inseparable. It was mainly introduced to describe the entangled multi-species histories and to encourage new ways and perspectives of understanding agency. As such, the term seeks to challenge the ontological divide between culture and nature, human and non-human. The ontological conflict created by the dualism of nature and culture is one of the more prevalent examples of the contradicting worldviews that I initially spoke of. If we look to the foundation of traditional sciences, such as anthropology or archaeology, we find the notion of a great chain of being, a hierarchical structure of all matter and life in which the subjective will of non-human beings is disregarded, or at best subjugated by humanity. The dichotomy that we find in the binary opposition of nature-culture is one expression of said chain, sundering the world of human culture from the rest of the living world, defined as nature. An important aspect of the nature-culture divide is the act of othering that it encourages. During the Age of Enlightenment, Indigenous peoples were lauded as being closer to nature, and consequently defined as noble savages. And so Indigenous eventually came to occupy the domain of nature, far removed from the cultured colonists. In time, culture would come to be defined by reference to its opposing concept, nature, and similarly, the noble savage, or the indigenous, would become the other to the colonizer. The imbalanced power relations created by the process of othering and the artificial divide of the world as one of nature, or indigenous, versus one of culture, or colonizer, justified culture's subjugation of nature, and thus the colonization of both lands and people. Today, every time an indigenous person and their society is defined as closer to nature, this structural imbalance is reproduced. And every time the definition of indigenous, our worlds and our identities are centered within an understanding that is born from the colonial strategies that divided nature and culture and alienated indigenous land from indigenous people. In other words, the violences of colonialism. This is an epistemic violence, a violence that not only excludes epistemic and intellectual traditions of indigenous and other non-Western societies, but also invalidate these knowledges and epistemologies. The long-term harm that indigenous people suffer as a result of such violence include having foreign values made the norm that we are judged by, defined by, and expected to adapt into our ways of being, knowing, and doing. In my father's language, North Sami, there is no word that is equivalent to the Western concept of nature. Instead, a variety of terms are used depending on context and relation. The Sami perception of our surroundings is as such relational, defining relationships rather than any one definitive thing. In this, our understanding mirrors our philosophies. A basic principle in many indigenous philosophies, including a Sami one, is that understanding that our world is one of relations, made up by an infinitive web of relationships that expand far beyond the humanocentric, generating ties that apply to everyone and everything, to things and objects, to land, to waters, spirits, and other than human beings. And in this vast system, humanity is but one small part, and the system exists beyond our presence in it. Because we are all part of said system, we all have subjective will And because we all have subjective will, we all have agency. But the subjective will that our philosophies grant to all of our relations and the ensuing duty of care that it implies is not something that the epistemologies of the West support. It is not something that lawmakers, decision makers, or institutes of cultural heritage aspire to validate. I once spoke with a Dwayar, a maker of Dwetji, which is a Sami epistemology of aesthetics and storytelling, about a recent visit to a European museum of cultural heritage. In large cases of glass, they had washed the heritage objects of their people that colonialism had dispossessed, sometimes brutally. Their description is as heartbreaking as it is telling, and I quote, "It was wonderful to see them. I imagine how they came to be. What stories they carry, I can only wonder. What knowledges do they hold? What can they teach? But at the same time, I feel a sense of alienation. Their voices come to me only in whispers, and I cannot hear them clearly. Our objects, to quote the Sami artist Otipieski, are our living ancestors, our elders. In them lies our history, our laws, our knowledges, and our practices. But in museums, these aspects do not exist. In museums, our objects are dead things, refuse the subjective will. Our heritage objects, once entered into museum collections, end up being adapted into the object-based epistemologies of museology. Entered into Western systems of knowledge and value, object value becomes mutable, prone to change, and thus subverting the values and meanings attributed to their object in their source communities. The intangible is separated from the tangible, and the former is very much othered by the latter, dismissed as insignificant. In this process, the tangible objects at least, what you see in museums, are remanded into the custody of heritage institutions. The intangible, on the other hand, is dismissed and invalidated as indigenous concerns alone. These man-made divides are problematic, which is why they continue to be discussed within academic circles. It is why thinkers such as Haraway propose a way of bypassing the problems with their ideas and concepts. But how can you center the solution in the same structure that initially created the problem? When Haraway coined the term nature culture, she was looking for a solution to the problem created by the divide between culture and nature, between human and non-human. But nature culture is actually polarizing nature and culture because it attempts to bridge a divide that is human-made. Speaking of intangible heritage, as opposed to tangible, in my opinion, that's the same. So how do you solve this? I don't have an exact answer, but I do know that it is not to center the solution in the same structure that initially created the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, listener. All right, so again, if anybody has any questions for listener, they could just put that in the Q&A and we can attend to that later. So on that note, I am going to call on our next panelist, Dr. Yewande Okuleye. She's an interdisciplinary scholar with degrees in biochemistry, fine art research and methodology, and in the history of medicine. So Dr. Yewande, she's the founder of the Power of Nine, Reclaiming Language to Create and to Celebrate Nigerian Histories from the UK. Dr. Yewande, please, if you want to take the floor, and more of your bio will be put on the charts for the attendees to view, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. You've given me a great introduction to my talk. So it's about your last provocation was, how do we decenter the intangible? We're in a really good time now, because what we're talking about today within the context of the last year, COVID-19 and Black Lives Matter, places in a moment of change. I don't know what historians are going to call this turn. You know, I'm calling it just the turn where people are asking questions, critical thinking. So my title is Tangible Intangible. It's something kind of to play with those polarization and to actually start thinking as the problem, but whose problem is it really? And I go to someone I always go to, Toni Morrison, with her quote, which says, "Water has a perfect memory and is forever trying to get back to where it was." If you think about water and think about the container, what contains water, it's perfect symbol for us to explore the tangible and the intangible. And I love that we've got this in different languages, you know, what is water and the container, where are the boundaries? So it's playing with those boundaries. And I come from the position of looking at the problem, but actually removing ourselves from the problem, because if we're looking at the intangible, how can we take some cultural leadership in this? So I'm going to show a film, which is really quite self-explanatory, of an example as a practitioner that looked at language, the Yoruba language, to foreground how we can actually really reclaim the aspect of the intangible. So if you can show my video, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
My name is Yewande Okule. I've curated a project about the absence of mothers, Yoruba mothers, from the narrative of World War I. What the project involved was talking to people that did Yoruba. Yoruba is a language spoken by people from southwest Nigeria. The Yoruba group was an inroad into opening up how one would access an area where there are no archives. We were interested in looking at the use of language, Yoruba, as a way to retrieve some hidden history. And I use the word hidden history because it's the history of mothers and their emotions about losing their sons in World War I. So they decided to use ideas of loss and to build a picture around day-to-day life in early 20th century Nigeria. And we developed kind of a language of loss. We developed a vocabulary that people could use to write poems and write letters about the loss of sons. So they embodied the mothers. We all became mothers. We've actually captured, as close as we could, the thoughts of a rural community that had lost sons that went to World War I. So we've created some kind of archive. Commemoration was a very important part of this project, because what I say is we remember what we care about. So I really wanted the participants to care about what they were doing. So a real part of that was for me to give them a background of the cultural and social aspect of what it means to be Yoruba. So by commemorating, they are actually linking to their own heritage. Also, for the participants to truly relate with the First World War was quite an important aspect of it. I would say from my experience, although when we have the 1 minute silence, I do take that moment to reflect about the First World War, but it's almost from a sense of duty, or else we had to extend that from not only a sense of duty, but to reclaim the forgotten aspects of the World War, because most of us would have grown up not seeing African people or African faces as participants in that World War. So with this project, it was a kind of a full circle, that commemoration and heritage had to work together to actually bring something quite authentic. The key success is having the exhibition. The legacy of the project is also the knowledge of the Yoruba community group. They're going to be a resource that are going to continue to produce more knowledge and material and visual culture to support the idea of absence. Commemoration should make us think, should make us question. The word inclusive has tended to talk about marginalized, how marginalized should be included in the mainstream. I think actually inclusive commemoration should be both ways. Inclusivity should be a two-way stream. I'd like to thank Big Ideas because they enabled this project to happen. Big Ideas also challenged me with that title, Motherhood, Loss and World War I. I wouldn't have thought about, I'd taken this as read that there were no archives, we couldn't reach that history. So it pushed me as a historian. And it's given me more confidence as a historian that's engaged in social, engaged practice, that there's always a way to recreate, there's always a way to add your voice.
So that's an example of history erased, history eradicated. There's a confluence of race and also gender, you know, who's interested in the feelings and the memories of women, you know, early 19th century about the loss of their sons. Who is interested? But by us claiming their language and becoming mothers and using Yoruba, we've inserted ourselves back into history. And that project was the only project in the commemoration in 2017 that actually used Yoruba language. And we went on a People's March, we went to Westminster Abbey. And yeah, so there is a way. And I'm going to finally finish off this provocation with a poem which I've composed. And I learned that I never wrote poetry till I started thinking about Yoruba. Ah, you may think my hair is here. My hair is not here. My head is definitely not here. It can't be. Ori mi, my inner knowing. Ori mi, my inner being. Ori mi, my destiny. My destiny will not be classified, nor will my destiny be ordered. My destiny will not be pinned down, ashe, never pinned, pierced, mounted like a butterfly specimen for your gaze. Never. My head cannot and will not be for you, Oriyomi. You will not learn anything from my hair, you know. You will touch my hair and only feel absence. You will think about my hair and be confused because you will not learn anything new from my hair. I am not here. Therefore, you are insatiable. You cannot know me because the hand that copied, pierced, mounted, copied, pierced, mounted, did not touch. Synapses were interrupted. No transmission. Neurons died. So, what do we have here? An object? Object devoid. Object hollow. Object no aura. Object no soul. So, just a holographic objects floating in liminal space, liminal. So whatever you think we have here, I am not here. I, Yewande Okuleye, I am not here. My head is not here. Oriyomi, I am not here. Dakon lukan homo belu etumora. Dakon lukan homo belu etumora. Dakon lukan homo belu etumora. My heart is not here. Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yewande. I am actually clapping for that. That was just great, you know. Thank you so much. That was very interesting. Again, if there are questions for Dr. Yewande, if people can just put that up in the Q&A and we can address that later on. I'm going to now call on Dr. Beke Ukelina. He's a professor of African History and Africana Studies, the Associate Director of the Center for Gender and cultural studies at the State University of New York, Cortland, and the managing editor of Wagadu, a journal for transnational women's and gender studies. Definitely man after our own heart. So Dr. Becker, if you want to just go on and take the floor, Sarah.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here this morning. It's 3:36 a.m. Here in New York. And I'm going to follow up from what the previous speakers said, most especially the first speaker talking about colonialism as a violent encounter. Colonialism was violence to African traditional heritage, to African a culture. So as I always remind, or I always tell my students, we can't separate the two. You can't separate colonialism from violence, because the whole experience was a very violent and traumatic experience that has left many of us formerly colonized bodies traumatized, confused, and uncertain of our identity or of our heritage, that to the point that sometimes we might even, or we attempt to deny who we are. But before I talk about our heritage or our African religious heritage, or my heritage as an African, I also want to say something about these terms that we are using, tangible and intangible heritage. Because what we might call intangible heritage actually has tangible aspects to it. So my religious tradition, as an African, as somebody from a small community in Africa, which might be considered intangible, is actually full of tangible elements. Then the question is, why do we try to create this divide between the tangible and the intangible? Such a thing, sometimes I think of them as a reflection of these vestiges of colonialism, right? So tangible becomes what we can see, what we can touch, what we can grasp. And intangible is the opposite, what we cannot touch, see, or grasp. But that's actually not true, right? I, as an African, I am inseparable from my spiritual or my religious being. We can think of ourselves as living monuments, right? We can think of ourselves as tangible elements, because we are what we are what our religion is, we are what our culture or our heritage is. And there's a bit of misunderstanding about Africa's religious heritage. And some of this, again, is rooted in colonialism, it's civilizing missions, and the Christian religious faith that accompanied it. And this led to the violent destruction of Africa's religious heritage. So you hear the arguments or statements that Africans had no genuine notion of God, or that African religion is fetish. African traditions are cannibalistic. Africans worship idols. And very often the word used to describe Africans is that Africans are pagans, right? To say one is a pagan in a technical sense is to say that person has no knowledge of God. Neither does he or she worship the supreme God, right? Africans actually, and even in my own tradition, had knowledge of a supreme being, even though they might not give him a specific name, as we see in the Western tradition. But the fact that they did not have a specific name for this supreme being doesn't mean that the supreme being did not exist. And together with this, sometimes we tend to create we tend to create these divisions or dichotomies that don't really exist within these African cultural context. Again, here when I'm speaking, I will speak specifically from my own culture. I don't want to assume that all of Africa, everything is exactly the same. So within my own culture, and even within the creative narratives of my own culture, there is that belief in a supreme power, in a universal force that brings everything into being. So it is false to claim or to assume that Africans did not have this notion of a divine, of a supreme being. And we can better understand this idea or notion of a supreme being in the light of the ontological hierarchy, right? In this hierarchy, in my culture, you have the supreme being, you have the spirits, you have the ancestors, whom we might also describe as the living dead. You have human beings, you have animals, you have plants, and you have objects. Notice this ontological. Notice that in this ontological hierarchy, there's also a oneness, right? Within this, we are one with the supreme being, with the spirits, the plants, the objects. We don't try to create separation between these, right? So the spirits usually exist in the spirit world, and God, this supreme being, is the greatest of all of the spirits. The ancestors or the living dead also live in this spirit world, right? The ancestors are referred to as the living dead because of their relationship with the biological world. They are strongly linked to their families. So no one can be an ancestor of an individual who is not keenly related to him. It is for this reason that rituals for the dead without any particular reference to kinship are generally considered as not belonging to the ancestral cult. So there is that relationship between the ancestors and between us as human beings and between nature. Notice also I mentioned that even the human beings, plants, objects, all belong to this ontological hierarchy. And that's where it becomes a problem to make these divisions between what is tangible and what is intangible, because we all belong to the same ontological hierarchy. The cult of ancestors that Africans have, or within my culture, that we have within my culture, is not to undermine the existence of the supreme being. The living believe the ancestors are closer to this supreme being than they are, and they expect some special benefits from them. Here, I think about the Christian tradition of the Christian or the Catholic tradition of saints. And I remember as a child, one Saturday in September, when I think the first Saturday of September, when my grandfather will always go to the shrines of our ancestors and will pay homage and pour these libations for our ancestors. It was a day of remembrance for the ancestors and asking for the intercession of these ancestors. And I must note here that not everyone who died became an ancestor in my my culture, right? For to be considered an ancestor, the departed person must have lived a long life, died a natural death, lived a good moral life, had children, and also received a proper burial. So these were some of the conditions that you have to meet in order to become an ancestor. And because the ancestors are considered living dead, they are still part of our families. We're never buried in public cemeteries. Often the ancestor will be buried in the home. The person that passes is buried in the home, in the family home or in the family compound. And this is to show the affinity of the deceased person with the family member. So just one last thing I want to mention here is that, again, when we talk about even plants and we talk about objects, which sometimes Africans are, you will hear even during the colonial period, they said, oh, ancestors are, Africans are fetish, Africans worship objects. In the minds of the people, those objects were representative, right? Just again, I can make connections here with a Christian tradition, whether it's statues of saints or the Virgin Mary and all of that. They were not seen as the object of worship. It wasn't the stone or the plant that is being worship here. Because of this relationship with objects, plants, nature, Africans and people within my culture took very good care of the environment. They tried to protect that environment. It wasn't, they don't plunder the environment, right? So what we see with the plundering of the environment, the massive consumption that we experience today, we can also tie that to that colonial experience that where this culture is thrown apart, this culture is destroyed and is replaced with something new. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Becker. We're going to be going on a slightly early tea break, but while that is ongoing as well, we would like to keep the Q&A going, the question and answer. Again, I just want to encourage everyone to just put your questions in the Q&A, and I'm just going to read one question out there first. I think this might be directed to Lisa, but please, the other panelists as well, feel free to add your thoughts to it. So it says, this is from Suzanne. It says, do you think it is possible to reconnect the threads of relationship in Western culture? For example, in preschool, introduce all children to nature, to the forest, in a way that helps them form a relationship with it. To connect making to storytelling. If so, what training do the teachers need to be able to shift from using the forest for teacher and seeing the forest/nature as a co-teacher? Again, Lisa, if you also want to just have a look at the Q&A, I hope I did justice to that. So that question is directed to you.
Okay, not an easy question to answer. I don't really think that any one being can have all the answers. What I do think is that Western culture, and now we're talking like in general, not a specific location or a specific group, we're talking more about philosophical paradigm or domain, could absolutely look to indigenous cultures and non-Western cultures. I was talking earlier about the duty of care. In Sami philosophy, this idea of interrelational coexistence, it basically means that we are raised and sort of taught to not take too much, just enough to survive. So I think this idea of, in some we call it birgeopmi, which is a concept in which, you know, you live for all your relations, you respect all your relations. I don't think that when you talk about reconnecting in Western society, relations and people, because if we are being frank, then Western epistemologies were actually founded on the destroying of relations between people and land and spirits and beings and plants, simply because this is not a way of living that offers someone the ability to get rich, to get wealthy in a capitalistic perspective. That is not to say that I don't think I do think there is absolutely the possibility of indigenizing curriculums, indigenizing practices within schools and within learning institutions, where you center and where you prioritize these ways of knowing, being, and doing. Yeah. So I don't know if that is a good answer. I absolutely think it's, you know, something that you can do, but I don't think you can do it by looking to Western tradition. You need to look to us. You need to start learning what we know in our cultures, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Let me add to that too, within the African context. Most of what I know about my traditional religion, most of what I know about my culture, most of what I know about my my environment, I didn't learn in any Western educational system. I learned growing up within that culture, knowledge, wisdom, all of that being transmitted from the elders to the young people. Even though I didn't, I grew up in a city. My parents made sure during the long summers, we go back home and we spend the whole summers in the village where grandparents, elders in the community, because everybody helps to, the whole community helps to raise you. So they pass on that knowledge, the rites of passage that young people go through. These were all systems in which we learned about ourselves, right? And not within any formal Western educational system. So even the word decolonization has been thrown around a lot, right? We can't try to decolonize and at the same time try to use those same systems, which what we might call systems of oppression, systems of exploitation, systems of destruction that destroyed our culture, to try to teach that same culture that we want to preserve.
I wonder if I can jump in here, actually. I'm thanking my co-panelists for their insights. I just want to offer a word of caution here in that we should see that there is this space within this polarity, that there is a shift from the main, you know, what we call Western, that this polarization of Western and Indigenous, there is kind of a middle ground, and there is a shift towards nature. And, you know, I'm talking from England, where we've been in lockdown, and people are yearning to find gardens and find open space. There's a movement, there's the climate change movement. So there is this middle ground that people, you know, just like Toni Morrison said, you know, there's a memory where people are trying to have this balance. So, and I think it's in that space that there is this regeneration and renewal. And for us, you know, that are really located and understand Indigenous knowledge, that we should be very happy about this, but also not forget that we need to be very careful that when that shift happens, it's not going to be appropriated. So we should be very careful. And I use my example. I'm a medical cannabis scholar. So cannabis was actually prohibited, and the racial capitalism was demonized. Now there's been a whole 360 degree turn, and a lot of that has been appropriated because the indigenous knowledge, or the people that owned it, did not pay attention and hold on to the little that they had. So they're now chasing the dominant culture. So I think what my poem was trying to say is we need to stand really firmly in what we are, and not lose that, and still not always go back to this polarity, because it's a distraction.
Thank you very much for that insight, Dr. Yewande. So just so if anyone didn't hear me, the first time I was saying this tea break, okay, so coffee break, but we're going to be doing the Q&A alongside as well. If the panelists can just still hang around, we will be very grateful. So again, I think I'm going to have Paloma join me at some point. But while that is ongoing, I'd like to just pose this question to, I suppose, all the panelists, and please feel free to jump in, okay? So in acknowledging the intangible heritage as part of our future heritage path, so the indigenous practice and intangible heritage are intrinsically connected to natural heritage and biodiversity. Many governments seek to address environmental decline and the effects of climate change. However, they often do this while whitewashing the histories and the colonial origins of environmental conflict and degradation, leaving responsibility for the consequences to the affected communities. So this impacts both local cultural practices on a micro level and national, international policy making on a micro scale. So in this context, what are the cultural consequences of climate change, in the promotion of intangible heritage as I suppose, a consumable product? What do you advise as a possible solution? So if any of the panelists want to maybe share their thoughts on that, if you'd like me to read it again, so please let me know as well.
I think I can jump. I think the effects are devastating. I think what we see today is this happens all over the world. This happens in several of the Sami communities. And so when we talk about the Sami as an indigenous people, we have communities on both the Norwegian, the Swedish, the Finnish, and the Russian side of the border. So our homeland is sort of colonized by 4 nation states, and they all have different politics and ways of dealing with the problem. One of the things that we see happening more and more is this idea of, this green energy, like they promote green energy. And in a way, what happens is that they put up windmill parks in basically our backyards, like in the middle of our communities. And then when we complain about it, we are told that, well, we all need to do our part, which is kind of ironic because we've been doing our part, we've been doing our part since first contact, and still it's up, we are considered to be the populations that it's okay to infringe on. Because the thing about when we talk about intangible heritage, it's not really intangible. It's so deeply embedded in all of our practices, in our ways of being, doing, and knowing, that it's sort of, it materializes in everything we do. And I think very often that aspect is something that is not only disregarded, for instance, in academia, or as I earlier said, that lawmakers and decision makers doesn't recognize the practices or the knowledges or the ontologies and epistemologies that we have in our cultures. But it's not as if people in general have any idea the wisdom, the wealth that we have in our cultures, because one of the big strategies alongside colonialism is epistemicide. It's the killing of knowledge. And that killing of knowledge is not only attempting to kill the knowledge that we have, it's also killing the knowledge that other people have of us. So, you know, I think what we need to do is sort of, we need to work to make very clear the dangers that we are faced with every day. We need to make it very clear that colonial violences didn't just stop, it didn't end, it continues on. So it's in the structures that we live in daily, it's in the way people read about us in history, if we're ever mentioned. And I think, in a sense, if we manage to build on what little knowledge there is outside of our communities and manage to create not allies, but accomplices, people that will sort of go to the front with us and breach the trenches and go to jail with us if necessary. Because as it stands now, you know, the biodiversity that you spoke of, 5% of the population in the world today is sort of the custodians of 80% of biodiversity. And that's, you know, that's something that should make people stop and think that what are we doing in society that destroys, and how can we look to other knowledges and other communities and maybe see what have they done that works better. I mean, for us, it's basically this idea of big you, me, and similar concepts. So yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to just add a bit to that, and I feel quite positive that we're in an era of change. And I like what you said about accomplices, and you know, I have a problem with the word ally also. It's like, you know, I'm not sure you can be my ally, you can be pretending to be my ally. But apart from allyship and this global coming together, it's kind of really cascading across boundaries, but across generation, that people, especially the young generation, really are holding us accountable and really want, for them, they don't understand epistemology, ontology. They're coming from their hearts and their spirits, and they want this, they want to have a cleaner air, they want a better space, and they are teaching us. So we do have this groundswell of this yearning for change, asking those questions. And I think we are in that time now where, you know, it's people power, and people power, black, yellow, green, are asking those questions. And I think that is the solution. I don't think academics have the solution. I don't think policymakers have this solution. You know, we can see from, you know, how from COVID-19 response that actually all these structures are very, very fragile. It comes from the will of the people. And I think that's what's going to surprise us and offer solutions. That's just my 2 pennies worth. But thank you for opening that with looking back to this knowledge. That knowledge is still there. It's whether people want to access it, respect it, and use it as a solution.
Just to add to that, I agree with the aspects of knowledge. Most of my own research looks at locally produced knowledge, the power of locally produced knowledge in dealing with issues of development. But some of the contradictions I see with days, I know we talk about development, sustainable development goals, and those have been pushed a lot by the West for the global South. And my fear, my worry is that this is also another attempt at driving mass consumption, right? Which is a problem, and which is a problem for climate change, right? So even though what I see happening, again, living in the US, living in New York, people don't want to really change their lifestyles, right? So if I can donate a few dollars to offset my carbon footprint, I can go to bed feeling well that I've done something for the climate, and I can continue my consumption. So for me, the solution I see is to, most especially for us in the global South, is to go back to our traditional ways of being, our traditional ways of doing things. I'll give you an example, like architecture, right? The way we built houses in my community. We did not destroy trees to build houses. We did not use resources that were destructive to the environment to build houses. We did not build massive houses. There was a respect to there was an environmental respect, right? So we built houses that used material, the clay that was present, the thatch. Then somehow we were convinced that these are primitive ways of living. This isn't how civilized people live. Civilized people have to use aluminum roofs, or they have to use certain kinds of tiles. They have to use this and that, and so there was that rejection of the traditional materials, right? So, and now we have most of the trees being cut down to build these big houses that people do not really need. So I see the solution as going back to the ways we used to do things, promote that form of living, right? And we need to re-educate people, not to think of those ways of living as being primitive and uncivilized, whatever that means, right? That this is an authentic way of living, a way that is respectful of our environment.
Thank you again very much for that input and thought-provoking inputs, I would say, Professor Becker. On this note, I'm going to call on, now I do have some questions here, but I'll come back to that, Professor Saeed, on your question, that very important question that you've asked there. But I'm going to call on Paloma, if you want to talk on ancestors and the ancestral statement.
Thank you, Vera. No, just to address two things that have called great attention to me listening to Becke and Lisa Ravna is the issue of ancestors and how this dichotomy is absolutely a colonial issue. And the question is very simple here. Listening to you both, I think in the ancestors being kept in museums, for instance, African ancestors, we know now it has been a great discussion about Benin ancestors being kept in different Western museums. And on the other side, we have Sami ancestors being kept in museums in Sweden, Norway, and Finland. And this is pretty much related to what is called in Swedish rasbiologi, which is eugenics. So I would like to hear from you to reflect more about how people in Western see these great divides, like things, objects are tangible, but then we turn away from our emotions, which are pretty much related to our ancestors. How do we deal with these? How is so important for Western museums and researchers to understand that these are two different things, that Western museums are keeping forefathers, ancestors, held as hostages in cases, in museums, in warehouses, in museums. How do we take action with this? Thank you.
I can. Thank you very much, Paloma, for the question. It's a wonderful wonderful question. I personally have been making the same argument, and I have a problem with African people in Africa trying to build these museums as conditions, or they're giving them conditions for returning artworks or what they call artifacts. And I don't like calling these artifacts, right? Because of how central they are to who we are. They're part of our living, our lives. To have them re-imprisoned in Africa as well. And the question, or what I always say is, these things were not removed from museums in Africa. Why do they need to go back to museums? Why can't they just simply go back to where they were, right? So for us running around trying to build museums in order for them to give us these artifacts back, I think for me, I think that's a problem. You hear, oh, they wouldn't be able to preserve them. We were preserving them before they were stolen and put in prison, right? We know how well Western people take care of things in their prisons, right? So I think it needs to be that understanding that these things do not belong in the West. Violence is being done to who we are. Violence is being done to our ancestors, and they should be treated as such. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, I think first off, and I want to start with, you know, ancestors as in humans, because there are still thousands of skeletons of Sami ancestors in institutions. I mean, for instance, I work at the University of Oslo, and they still have about 1,000 skeletal remains of Sami people. And the thing about, you know, this argument that it's so important to have these skeletal remains for research purposes. Well, this is pretty much connected to the idea of indigenous people being so closely aligned with nature, because it dehumanizes us. It makes us lesser. And that is, in essence, what allows institutions today to continue claiming that we cannot return your people to you for burial because we need them here. So it's a power dynamic that is really unhealthy. And I also think, because we've been referring to this concept of colonial violences. And one of the biggest colonial violences is the forced removal of people, of cultural objects, of things, of ideas, of knowledges. And this, I like to refer to it as the brutality of displacement. And so this brutality of displacement is ongoing until the day we actually get in return both our like the skeletal remains, so the human ancestors, but also objects. So, and as a museologist, I very often come into these discussions about, well, if we return everything to source communities, then, you know, how are our children in Oslo supposed to learn about exotic cultures? Which is kind of, you know, that kind of frames the idea as well that it's not only about skeletal remains, it's about this idea of having some sort of right to hold our objects. And even in our repatriation project, so recently there was a repatriation project where half of the objects from one of the oldest collections in Oslo was returned to Sami museums on the Norwegian side of the border. But, you know, only half of the objects were returned, because of course Oslo also needs to be able to display and present their Sami indigenous cultures. But also the criteria that came with this repatriation was, to me, completely, you know, I was horrified when I read the report and saw that not only are you saying that these objects will be returned to museums who will then conserve them as defined by the museums returning them, but also putting demands on who should be hired to do that job. You know, I had an interesting conversation with some museum people in some museums, and they were talking about how at this point, these objects cannot be treated with the knowledges that we have in our cultures. We have to treat them with the, traditions of museum practice in the West. And the idea that, even in these repatriation projects, Western ideas are being forced down onto indigenous cultures. When people are talking about repatriation as having objects returned, that it's not just about objects coming home, it's about all of the things attached to these objects, the stories they tell, their places in epistemologies, their places in source communities. All of this comes with, should, or at least it should come with that repatriation. And to then be told that, but just remember, these objects still need to be in glass cases, you still need to treat them in this and that way. That's only a continuing of that brutality of displacement, because it alienates ancestors and things from their source communities, putting them, what's the difference really from having objects in a museum in a capital of a colonial state and having them in your home community if the way they are treated and if the way they are displayed are the same? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm very critical of most repatriation projects, and I think we really should be, and I think we need to sort of dramatically rethink what it is we want with repatriation, because as it is today, it's just not working. It's not working for the source communities. It might work for the Western museums, but not for us. And that's just not good enough.
Could I just quickly jump in just to say that I actually think we're seeing the slow disintegration of the power relations and empire, that most of the arguments are no longer tenable, really. There's lots going on in the UK, and it's probably just the last grab for power, as power is slipping through their hands. And the discourse is really in the public now. At some point, the public will not want to go and see the Bini artifacts, because they now know the history and it doesn't sit well with them. So it's going to be capitalism that that drives the change, really. It's no longer just discussions with museum professionals. Thank God that the public are coming to their awareness. But I take your point, Lisa, that the focus now should be on, and also from Prof, the focus now should be on the indigenous communities. How do they want to reimagine these objects when they get them back? And I'll just use a quote, because it's everything we're talking about is actually racial capitalism. It's one of Toni Morrison's quotes. I'll quickly say that. The very function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language and you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped perfectly and you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says that you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdom, so you dredge that up too. None of this is necessary. There is always one more thing. So it's actually looking back about, yes, there's this history that we're trying to rebalance, but let's put our focus on what we're talking about now. Are we ready? what is our leadership? What do we want to do? And how do we want to now start educating the Indigenous communities to receive these objects and receive this knowledge and reincorporate it so it becomes refreshed and renewed? So I always go back to, yeah, we know about the history. What are we doing as cultural leaders now so that we can actually have sustainability in reclaiming and really glorifying in this new world that we're in? So I'm always an optimist. So I see we're in a really important phase. What are we going to do about it?
Just a quick comeback to that. I completely agree with you. And I also think that if you look to the Indigenous communities, they are very, very well aware of what they want to do. It's just about not having the opportunity to do so because, you know, we still have the knowledges.
Thank you.
Thank you for our panelists. You guys have done amazing justice to these questions, and thank you for your inputs as well. I'm just going to read out something from some thoughts from David. David's from Indonesia. He says, just an expression of a wonderful panel with stimulating and even provocative speakers focusing on key issues in ICH and CH linked with colonialism and traditions. So thank you, David, and he just wants to let the panelists know that they're doing an amazing job. So well done, everyone. So again, I have a question there from Professor Saeed. Now he says that in terms of the colonial engagement and respect for Indigenous knowledge, which is usually defined in relation to colonialism and modernity, it cannot be otherwise. Should we not be aware that some of what is Indigenous has been used to reinforce colonial power and taken into the post-colonial framing of heritage? Interesting thought. So please, if any of our panelists wants to key into that.
Can you put a question on in the chat box?
Yes, he did put a chat box. It's also in the Q&A. Would you like me to read it again? Or?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so he is saying that in terms of the colonial engagement and respect for Indigenous knowledge, which is usually defined, in relation to colonialism and modernity, it cannot be otherwise. Should we not be aware that some of what is Indigenous has been used to reinforce, colonial powers, if you like, and taken into the post-colonial framing of heritage?
Could you give some examples of, maybe he has an example in mind of what is indigenous that has been used? If he has an example, please.
Okay, so Professor Saeed, if you want to maybe kind of reinforce that question and just put in some examples, that would greatly help. I have another one from, while we're waiting for you to do that, I have a comment there from Macro. I'm asking a question. He says, he was asking, did you read the Peter Wallenben book titled The Hidden Life of Trees? I think he said this when one of the panelists was speaking. I can't remember who was speaking at the time. The Hidden Life of Trees, if that brings to memory anything in relation to what has been said. He said, we are also starting to learn about the anthropological and sociological side of nature. Maybe we have to start new narratives about the dangerous world outside there. How do we, Indigenous people tell the story? He said, connected to the talks yesterday, the Coborid World War I Museum that has taken EU attention for its new narrative on the World War I, not talking about strategics and winners and losers, but about people's fathers, friends, mothers during the war. Very interesting point by Professor Okuleye. Would this storytelling change the perception of museum as places of winners storytelling? He's asking.
Let me respond to Marco. Yes, and I think in the book he primarily argues that trees have an emotional and a social part to them. And I can identify a little bit with that, growing up in an area in Nigeria that we have very thick forests. And I remember as a child, my grandmother was a healer, and she used herbs to heal. And she would send us to some of these forests where she hadn't been in 40, 50 years. And she will give us directions exactly where to go in the forest, what tree we should get branches from, or we should get the bark from. And sometimes it's lonely out there, but it seems like everything is in sync. It seems like the trees are communicating with each other. It seems like they are raising each other. There's a relationship. It doesn't seem like these are just random beings, existing, that there's a relationship between them, and they're speaking to each other, even in the sounds that that they make. So I'm very sympathetic with his arguments in the book, and I think again the reason why we shouldn't destroy, just go in there and do violence even to the plants, right, or to these trees by cutting them down. We should leave them live their full life, as he argues in the book, pass on knowledge to their younger ones, and continue their social and emotional lives. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any further thoughts on that?
I can just add a little bit on this idea of museums. I think museums for quite some time now have tried to sort of rebrand themselves as places of multiple stories. So as opposed to having that one narrative that sort of tells the history of humanity, of course, set in the Western context, museums more and more, I think, are realizing the need for telling multiple stories. But of course, this again is also about, because it's also about whose stories are being told, who are telling them, and which stories are validated or invalidated. So I absolutely think storytelling is important in the practice of museums. But I also think it's very important that we discuss who should be telling the stories, because museums, the colonial past of museums is basically framed on their placement as one of the important tools of imperialism, of colonialism. So museums was used to generate this idea of colonized people being lesser somehow. And in that way, museums should also be a part of the solution, but they need to bring in source communities to do that, I think. Or even allow source communities to take that task and do that. Yeah,
just a quick jump in also. Let's not overemphasize the role of museums in society also, that they're meant, and I concur with what you're saying. It's the power relation. Who is telling those stories, really? That's what needs to happen in museums, where, like I said, source communities or community leaders, where we have a diversity of voices, but also powerful voices. And also, there are many sites for us to hear these stories, not just museums. Museum is just a part of the cultural landscape. We got YouTube, we got people going out, the people doing. So museums actually have to reorientate to a new audience. So actually maybe we're seeing the death of museums and their importance in our cultural life. I've not missed museums since we've been in lockdown, and I'm in that area. So, let's look at the change. We're in an area of change. Museums have to really shape up because there are many other competing forces where people will go to get those stories. So it's, we've got the power, guys. We have the power. Okay, that's just my 2 pennies worth.
Yeah, Professor Yohan, just like you rightly said in one of your comments earlier on, that the power is in the hands of the people and not in policies or in the government. So again, I would like to share these thoughts with, in line with what you've just said now, still talking about museum, keep that thoughts going. And Professor Shahid was just saying there that there is a perception that we use and accept the concept of museum and heritage sites as developed in the 14th to 20th century in Europe. There's a raging debate all over the world that this conception and definition does not serve the 21st century. I really urge that this debate be recognized and taken into account when we frame the idea of museum heritage sites and memorial places. How do you agree with this, Dortz?
Well, absolutely. I mean, from what I've seen, it's very rare that, I mean, most Indigenous museums that you see and that work well are those that were established as a local initiative, right? And often those museums will have aspects to them that we don't see in Western museums. For instance, this sense of local ownership, how the community used the space, so they make it their own. But the problem that becomes, as with so many things, funding, for instance, because to be funded, I mean, in Norway, if I speak of Norway, to get funded as a museum, you need to uphold certain criteria. Those criteria does not necessarily always keep the best, they don't always offer the best opportunities for Indigenous museums to develop as a local and community-oriented space. So you have this very strict balance then about how far do you develop the museum as something that can be recognizable as a museum and thus get funding, or how far do you sort of work to make it a community space? Because what Becker was saying earlier about how colonial trauma has impacted on the body, that's absolutely the case. And one of the solutions to deal with that trauma is the possibility to talk about it, to have spaces where you can actually engage with other people having some of the same experiences. And I think this is what, as I see it, this is what Indigenous spaces that we call museum, in a lack of a better word, can be. So absolutely, we definitely need to start getting, and I completely also, Yolanda, agree with what you said about the power is in the hands of the people and it shouldn't be the decision makers. I absolutely agree. So we just need to get the decision makers to recognize that and change some of those definitions of what a museum should be, so we can actually get funding to continue this important community work.
Well, just to jump in there, I think maybe in the West, this idea of museums as conceived might work. So for me, I don't think I will speak only for my culture. I don't think it will work. Before these objects or these things were stolen from my culture, sold to wherever in the world they are, there were cults that protected and took care of these things. Usually once a year or twice a year during certain kinds of festivals, the cults who protect these things bring them and show them, and people are able to see them. And then they go back. They were always part of a religious ceremony, right? And there was continuity, these things being passed from one generation to the next. They were not imprisoned in buildings. And I would say, since as an adult, I have not really visited any museum in Africa because I don't think these things should be imprisoned in these buildings.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just to follow up on that, because like one of the issues here is also needing to have people recognize that we are not homogeneous groups. We are not the same. We have different needs and ways of solutions, and that needs to be implemented. So it's not about finding one universal solution that suits all, because that is completely impossible. And how the West managed to sell that idea to the world, I have no idea. But yeah, we definitely need to work like based on place and time. Absolutely, very good point.
Yes, I like that idea of you know, looking to the past, but also reimagining the future, but also the specificity. And what Prof has said, I said, yeah, that reminds me that was how these objects, the relationship between the symbols and the lived experience with the community. There was an order, there was a knowledge, there was a system. So maybe even going back to that system, but making it more accessible. I'd love to go to a festival. Okay, no, I live in England, but I love to, if there's a possibility of reigniting that methodology, where it is we have the local and we have the global. I think we're beginning to unpack some kind of possibility, but also as professionals, for us to be involved in those discussions, encouraging. I'm assuming that when you said your culture, that I'm just making the assumption that I hope you're referring to Nigeria or somewhere in West Africa, to actually have that, maybe that kind of Pan-African discussion. I think that's quite exciting. I see that as a way out of its history and its trauma to something new, but we are the leaders in that respect. So yeah, we're coming up with exciting possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. I'd like to recognize the presence of another panelist who's just joined us. He's been very active in the Q&A, so we've had to bring him on board as well. So Professor Shahid holds the Aki Mafeje Chair in Critical Humanities and Decoloniality and the Directorship of the School of African and Gender Studies, Anthropology and Linguistics at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Professor Shahid, if you have been following up, our discussion so far, if you have any thoughts that you would like to share, please do so. Thank you.
Mute and show up. Okay. Can people hear me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so here's my I've made several comments. So one, I do think people need to take into account the debate that has started, I think in before 2019, within the International Council of Museums, which represents a substantial number of museums worldwide. That there was a debate initiated precisely about the issues that we have been talking about. I noticed that Lisa is obviously very well aware of those debates. And a vast range of different positions have been put forward. And one of the critical things which have been hinted at is that, yes, museums can start up within communities, but the funding is always an issue. And funding for museums usually comes from state authorities. It may be the central government, it may be provincial or federal states and so on. But that's always an issue. And that is about power and how you deal with that power. So while it is very nice, and I don't disagree with any of the positions put forward by any of the panelists, that power to be able to decide what can and cannot happen is important to take into account. So my view is simply that one needs to take that into account. It was interesting that the debate around the question of museums as heritage sites when it did take place in Japan, one of the central dividing points was around what has been called the division between official and unofficial heritage. And official heritage is usually to be controlled by the state. And many representatives in that debate argued that the current definitions of museums are written into law. And so that becomes an issue around which you have to mobilize and change if you don't accept those particular definitions of what is a museum and what is heritage. So it's all very well when we talk about how we would like things to happen. We also have to be very aware of how things actually are. And that requires organization, mobilization around that. So it may, yeah. I did ask the question in the Q&A. Not every Indigenous set of cultural knowledges are necessarily in their engagement with colonialism come out as if they are pure and unfettered by that engagement. And some of those engagements, particularly in the light of what we were discussing yesterday around diversities and differences, people who would be would define their gender and sexuality other than in the binary male-female might have some real problems in Africa. And so what I'm pointing to is that one has to distinguish between that which enhances our heritage in a way that also advances inequality and justice, and that which is also part of heritage, which is the dark side of heritage, which doesn't, and which limits, and which in fact sets one back. And so I just wanted to introduce a sense of those things which one also has to cope with. It's not as if heritage is some kind of magical, romantic idea. There are real issues behind heritage that have to be tackled. And that was one of the points that was made very strongly yesterday. And I just wanted to reintroduce those sets of ideas again today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shahid. I have to say, just for those who might just be joining for only this session today, that you were very active yesterday and part of the panelists at yesterday's sessions as well. So thank you for being here again today. Now, if anybody have any thoughts on what he's shared as well, or on any of the things that we've said today?
Yes, actually. So I briefly spoke about it earlier, this practice of Dwekji, which is a Sami epistemology of aesthetics and storytelling. Because in Dwekji, we have a binary divide that was not necessarily there before colonization, which is a divide between soft materials as something used by women. So we're talking fabric, skin, leather, that types of thing. And then you have the hard materials like wood and bone, which is mainly sort of talked about as the domain of men. And the thing is that those outside of Sami communities have defined Dwekji as craft, which is a complete de-evaluation of what we're talking about. But doing so has allowed for female Dwekji to be lesser than male Dwekji, right? So suddenly you have this binary opposition that is also based in gender inequalities. And this is not something we see only in Deutsche. We see it, we see it basically everywhere, that especially in Sami communities where Christianity is quite strong, where the missionaries sort of did a good job. They are very often very unagreeable to different, to non-binary gender or to sexualities that do not conform to the heteronormative. So what we're essentially talking about is that when colonialism happens, when colonization sort of began, you also had the introduction of a heteropatriarchy. And this too, I mean, I recently had a quite intense discussion on terms for kinship in my father's language, because I had translated, or I had put up a translation that was basically just, instead of saying wife of, I said partner of. And I really had a very strong discussion on several levels with people that disagreed with me and felt that I was stepping on tradition and held no knowledge because of this. So absolutely, there are issues that are very complex within these dynamics. But I also have to say that I think we need to sort of, I saw that Shahid also spoke on Indigenous leadership and authority, because, it's not as if colonized people and Indigenous people are not humans. If suddenly someone has a lot of degree of power because of something being enforced from the colonial governments, why would they want to work to change that? So absolutely, it is an issue. And I don't think that it is an issue we can sort of hide and pretend that it doesn't exist, because to talk about Indigenous or former colonies as if there was a pure and authentic past, that only does us a disservice, because it sort of tells us that there is this one way of being, this static way of being that is, the perfect way of being. And that's just not the case, because all cultures evolve, and sometimes they adapt good things, sometimes they adapt not so good things. I would say that this way of disregarding like gender, to have this heteronormative, to have people conform to this heteronormative system, is one of the really ugly things that a lot of Indigenous cultures was forced to adapt into their cultures. But I also think that this is something we are working on quite intensely to change. And I do see a lot of young people, especially, taking space and making their voices known about this. And I do see a change happening on that level as well. Perhaps not as quick as I would have liked it to be, but yeah. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts or comments on this.
Yes, if anyone has any thoughts or comments, please feel free to join in. Okay, so I'm going to ask a question, Professor Yewande. This is to yourself, if you don't mind. If you don't mind sharing your experiences with the Horiman and the Bini Browns.
Sorry, say that I should share my experience with the
Horiman and the Bini Browns.
Okay, yes. So I was involved in some discussion, like I think there was a community call out to get some feedback from, I think we were mainly Londoners, or combination of Londoners and Nigerian diaspora, because the Horniman Museum in London has quite a collection from the Bini expedition, as other museums, and it was quite interesting to get other people, a range of people's views. So there are some people like the professor who had that opinion about how are we going to show these objects. What are the dynamics? So it was interesting to be part of that view, to see that there's lots of complexities about power, ownership, repatriation. But I came away thinking that sometimes we need to have a very clear idea of pragmatic solutions and chart the pathway to claiming that ownership. So we covered a lot of the conversation that we're having here, but I'm left with the impression basically about if someone does have your objects and you want them back, where the power still resides, that it resides in people wanting to devolve their ownership. And that was not complete without me saying too much. It's still in flux. But I feel very strongly that if we keep up the pressure, if the public keep on asking these questions, then there should be some kind of way forward. Yeah, I feel a bit put on the spot with that one, because I can't really say too much because negotiations are still going on.
That was the plan.
Yeah, negotiations. But what I found interesting was I didn't think all parties had been consulted properly. But it was good to be part of that consultation. But a lot is really happening in the UK and Scotland about reconciliation. And although we think about our emotions, as the colonized, we should have some compassion for the colonizer, because they have to now look at the ethics of the history, but also ethics of the present. We'll have a quick anecdote of someone that said their children are asking them uncomfortable questions. So imagine you're a museum professional and your child is in year 4 and asking you, "Mummy, you work in this place, and can you explain it to me?" And she feeling uncomfortable about where she works and the blood she has on her hands to earn her work. Anyway, enough said. So yeah, it's complicated, but we'll think our way and feel our way through it.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing that. Please go ahead.
Okay, sure. Compassion for the colonizer, I have no compassion for them. If they feel guilty about these things and they feel they have blood in their hands, there's something simple they can do. No need for long conversations. They can return them to the rightful owners without any preconditions. There's something patronizing about the fact that we can only return these things if you can build a museum, you can guarantee us that you'll be able to protect them. It's patronizing, right? So Dr. Yawande, I'm sorry, I have no compassion for the colonizer. Yeah, thank you.
When I mean compassion, I mean compassion for their process of trying to get to where we are. So maybe I use the word compassion because I'm a Buddhist, so maybe that is misplaced. So I'm not saying compassion for their actions. I say compassion or patience, that this is what is required for them to think through to get to where we are. But I will take it if you disagree. But that's the sense I got from being in the room, listening to people trying well, listen to this mother thinking, oh my God, I don't feel comfortable working in this environment, and what am I going to do? But I take that disagreement. I take it. I just want a resolution, and whatever emotional states we need to get there, I'm happy to deal with that. But I take it. Maybe compassion is too strong, but that's my position as a Buddhist.
Professor Yewande, I apologize that I opened the Pandora box, but since it's been opened, Lisa and Dr. Shahid, you might as well just jump right in, you know?
Well, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on the fact that, you know, we're talking about really big concepts and ideas here. We're talking about terms that are very much weighed down in history and in perspectives, and also ontological conflicts. And I think we need to recognize that we are all on different parts of our journey. Like even in our communities, like what I was telling you earlier about all this hatred I got because of my a foolish move to dare and use partner instead of wife or husband. That just shows that we, you know, the person I was discussing with were on a very, you know, different place in their journey. And for me to get angry with them and sort of, you know, I don't think that is something, it just doesn't give the conversation anything. But if I try to be patient and see that, okay, so this person has not sort of dealt with this colonial trauma, because I mean, just to share another anecdote, and this is perhaps a little bit more personal, because my father, when I grew up, my father was in the Sami parliament, so he was a representative there, and we would have like really heavy discussions on things, and he was we had a lot of discussions about the term colonialism, because I was very specific in talking about colonialism as the process that had happened in the Sami homeland. And he was from another generation, and he would refer to it as fornorskinga, or the assimilation process, the Norwegianization process. And I would always get angry with him. You know, how can you devalue what we're talking about? And it took about 10 years of discussion before he, like, you know what, it is colonization. But when we use that word, it's very difficult to come to terms with what has happened and what I have been a part in reproducing, just be living in colonial structures. So it's a hard journey. And, you know, we need to respect that people are at different places. But if we attack them for not being in a place where we want them to be, we're no better than the colonizers. So we need to give them time, space, the opportunity to have dialogue so that they can come further in the process. And I think that, you know, Indigenous knowledge system always, you know, we always talk about how knowledge production is collective, it's not individual. And that's a responsibility. So you have that as you know, whatever you do, you have a responsibility to your community and to your relations. And this was what I was talking earlier about, this ethics that I was talking about, the duty of care. So this is where we are at. We have a duty of care to all our relations. We don't necessarily need to love our relations always or like them. Sometimes we can be so angry with them, but we have a responsibility of care. And I think, you know, I think that is the essence in what we can offer the debate on decolonization, on indigenization. So yeah, so your use of compassion, I understand it, but I also understand why Becca does not use it. But you know, that's fine, that's okay. It's, you know, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa, for your narrative there. So I suppose before we round up on this, we would find a word between compassion and non-compassion and meet in the middle while we're, you know, having this conversation going. Professor Professor Shaid, any thoughts?
Just apologies about my video. I keep getting a message saying that my internet is unstable, and the last thing I want to do is to just disappear and not hear any of this discussion. I mean, I understand where everybody's coming from. I mean, I understand where Berka is coming from. The problem really is that I think, which my colleague mentioned on another discussion recently, is that actually the blood has been left here, if you're just talking about Africa or in the colonized places of the world, and the nice stuff is all in Europe or in the museums in the United States or in any of the settler colonies, settler states around the world. And the problem is, how do you get it back? And while you don't have to particularly like the current holders of these heritage objects, artifacts, cultural artifacts, however we want to call them. Unfortunately, we also have to use some of these conceptual terms when you are dealing with the British Museum, for example. There's going to be some really hard, tough negotiations. The fact that we don't want to engage them on a particular definition of compassion, although I completely understand Professor Okulie's reasoning, you have to deal with them. I mean, short of Nigeria invading Britain and taking their stuff back, you're going to have to deal with them, and those are going to be really tough negotiations. There's no other way around it at the moment, and that's the point. You have to engage them on some of these very difficult issues, and these are epistemological and ontological issues. You have to tell them that their definition of what is heritage, which is embodied in a physical object without the intangible, where they look at the Benin heads as pieces of art rather than as sacred objects, means that you have to engage those ideas, and I think that the time is appropriate now for those kinds of engagements. But it still means that there's a long way to go. And again, I'm judging from many of these kinds of engagements, not only at the international level, but even within my own country in South Africa, where people who are the authorities in charge of heritage are resisting many of the kinds of ideas that have been discussed today. I think Lisa also mentioned things like repatriation. This is a very, very thorny issue in Southern Africa, because lots of universities and museums have human remains. These were not always collected ethically, and one has to deal with this. So it's not just between at a larger international level, these are also at very local levels. And there is no agreed upon process by which this happens. And sometimes you have to have very difficult negotiations around what this means, because you also don't want to reinforce new kinds of inequalities in dealing with these processes. And those are very real, because it creates greater schisms, greater disparities rather than lesser. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shaid. I think we can all agree that those uncomfortable conversations, do they need to be had? Yes. And the next question is, when do we have those conversations? And the answer is now. You know, having said that, Dr. Shahid, you were at yesterday's conference, and you're here as well, and you've had, like, you know, the different, I suppose, conversations, narratives, if you like, you know. So I would just like to ask you, you know, on a personal level, how has your experience, you know, from both conferences been? And I suppose to, you know, ensure that, you know, we kind of have more of this kind of conversations, you know, going, and awareness, like Dr. Yewande said, the answer is in the hands of the people, the power, it's in the hands of the people for more awareness. So in your words, like, you know, with the two conferences that you've attended, you know, how has it been for you in experience and awareness wise?
I've absolutely enjoyed yesterday and today. I think I've said this to one of the organizers who emailed me. These kinds of, well, this particular form of organization, which is outside of some of the more formal institutions or organizations that represent heritage, are very important, because this is where you can discuss the things that sometimes are more difficult within more formal structured organizations. This kind of conversation would be, I guess, maybe a little more strained if it was within, say, one of the organizations that advises UNESCO, for example. And here we can say a lot more, and we can say it in ways which are heartfelt and representing real people's views, and it's unconstrained by forms of diplomacy that often are present. And so this kind of way in which we are doing World Heritage, I think, is very important, and I hope that that something more long-term comes out of these conferences. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to the next segment of this conference. But before I do so, there's been a question out there in the Q&A. Well, maybe more of a comment. So I'll just quickly read that. There's always, this is from Yemi Akimbulumo. There's always an overlap when it comes to learning with classroom and museums. But I'd like to argue that if history wasn't constantly being revised to suit the protagonist, the next generation would be taught a lot of way they need to know while in school. That way, museums would be the backup and not necessary repository of so many original physical artifacts. Replicas and photographs would suffice. Dr. Yewande, I think you kind of was agreeing with that in terms of, you know, the museum doesn't have to be the last bus stop, you know, for this sort of information and awareness. Do you want to share a quick thought on that?
Yeah, just quickly, that I definitely agree. And learning starts from the home. Learning starts from the stories you hear at home. Learning starts from intergeneration. And actually, real learning starts with asking questions. That if the next generation don't swallow everything hook, line, and sinker, and they can ask intelligent questions, then they learn and put the museums in their respective places. Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. Any last thoughts on that? Dr. Becker.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the idea of history constantly being revised, as a historian, I would say that history is never static as we think about it. Our understanding of history over time does change. The revelation of new archival sources does shape the way we write history. So I just want to say that, not that we always revise history to suit the protagonist, but sometimes in light of new information, we have to change the narrative.
Thank you. Any more thoughts?
Just like one last thought, and this is just a comment on that last point about then replicas and photographs would suffice and museums wouldn't need to have original artifacts. I don't see why they need to have original artifacts as is. I mean, replicas, that's fine. That's fine by me. But to be more serious, I agree that with both my other speakers here, when they say that learning comes from the home and we need to rewrite because we are making place for those stories that used to be invisible, that was denied. So it's not about always changing the narrative because a big thing happens. It's more about the narrative becoming narratives as we learn to include other people's stories as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lisa. So we're going to move on to our keynote segments, and this is by Patricia O'Donnell. Afterwards, we'll be having an informal discussions and as well. We just want to crave the indulgence of all the panelists. If you want to stay back, that would be grand. You're more than welcome to. So I'm just going to hand over the keynote segment to the team if they want to key that in, by Patricia O'Donnell.
Greetings, everyone who's participating in this webinar. It's my pleasure and privilege to present to you via this video. The images here are drawn from my state party, the United States of America, to capture first an unauthorized but well-accepted memorial to York, a Black member of the Lewis and Clark expedition, placed recently in Portland, Oregon, in a forest by an unknown sculptor who wishes to remain anonymous in order to have the issue be the focus. And to Amanda Gorman, a photo of her, the poet, at the January U.S. President and Vice President inauguration at the west front of the Capitol. Both of these provide symbolic touchstones that demonstrate our global cultural and natural heritage, that it is alive and transforming every day. Our shared tangible and intangible heritage of local value and outstanding universal value when inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List is a complex system, deeply layered and evolved. It has many goals, and today we have 1,121 sites inscribed in World Heritage. With tourism barely opening and a number of challenges surrounding us in these days, pressing complex issues of economy, society, and environment, this is a presentation about heritage and inclusivity addressing diversities and genders. Let me speak for a minute about our World Heritage. Launched on the 16th of November 2020, we are a global call for action to renew the spirit of the 1972 World Heritage Convention. Our World Heritage works as an integrator to link themes, regions, generations, narratives, practices, actors, levels, local to global, and tools. We seek to understand issues and bring forward corresponding solutions in order to advance the protection of the Earth's natural and cultural treasures. Our purpose in 2021 is to shape a year of thematic debates for co-learning and knowledge building in an inclusive platform that seeks diverse voices of citizens engaged in cultural, mixed, and natural heritage, with the intent to form continually a volunteer coalition of concerned individuals in an ever-widening mosaic. In 2022, our World Heritage will bring forward the results of our year of debate in order to effectively observe the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention. Our overarching aim is to create an impact on the implementation of the convention by putting heritage more firmly into the lives of communities. Article 5 of the World Heritage Convention is particularly important to our World Heritage, as it indicates that each state party should protect, conserve, present their cultural and natural heritage as appropriate for each country. With the World Heritage Convention as one of the most widespread approved laws on the planet, it is also a vehicle for global peace through mutual understanding. Article 5 adopts a general policy to have each state party function with a purpose of having the life of the community interlinked with its cultural and natural heritage. To set up services in order to protect, conserve, and present, and staff those services, and provide that staff with the means to move forward with their functions. Article 5 also recommends that state parties develop scientific and technical studies around operating methods and around counteracting the dangers that threaten the natural and cultural heritage of each country, and to take important measures, legal, scientific, technical, administrative, and financial, in order to see that heritage protected, conserved, presented, and cared for effectively. The last point in Article 5 is to shape centers for training and research so that the capabilities for heritage protection, conservation, presentation, and rehabilitation are brought forward in each state party. At the moment, there is a degree of unevenness across the world in the application of Article 5. In particular, the issue of bringing forward heritage in the life of communities to a diverse group of citizens. In speaking today about diversities and genders, I suggest that there may be two overarching issues for heritage in this relationship. One is whose heritage is it, and the second is who benefits. From global to local, we most often valorize the powerful, the elite, and the male-dominated heritage places. However, untold stories of slavery and service are more widespread than they were in previous times. Sites of community, conscious innovation, and courage are also more frequently valorized. Presentation of heritage has evolved and continues to evolve toward inclusive stories that include and highlight women, children, Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and justice. The second question, who benefits, is another important issue. The purposes of valorization include, on the natural side, habitat and diversity protection for common benefits. And On the cultural and natural side, local pride, mutual respect through shared understanding, social cohesion, in order to foster peace. However, in contemporary society, the benefit is often economic and sectorial. Tourism, travel, lodging, souvenirs, and low-paying jobs for locals are a frequent situation. Minorities, women, the poor, the oppressed, the displaced from the effects of global migrations due to conflict and climate change may gain little and may also not connect to the heritage because it doesn't hold values and meanings that are relevant to them. As an example, I'd like to put forward Robben Island, which is a prison formerly holding a number of important figures in South Africa, including Nelson Mandela. Today, this prison site is a World Heritage Site, and it's presented in first person by former prisoners. As those prisoners age, there is a rethinking process underway to find ways to continue the vibrancy of presentation when all of the prisoners are no longer available to carry out that interpretation. I'd like to speak a little bit to the way we think about cultural and natural heritage in relationship to the pillars of sustainability, which is increasingly important in today's challenges and meeting those challenges. Let's begin to look at a much used and often misunderstood term, sustainability. While there's an ongoing professional debate, the baseline is 3 pillars, as stated initially in the 1880s with the Our Common Future report by the Brundtland Commission. The 3 pillars are environment, economy, and society. We can think of environment as natural habitat, economy as the economic engines all over the world, and society as community and people and how they view their heritage. You achieve sustainability when all 3 are addressed in an integrated manner. Where does heritage fit in this model? In my work, I continue to press the concept that culture and nature permeates all 3 pillars, and that shared heritage underpins and sustains all 3. There is a logical shift to the concept of assets, a term to me that is stronger than resources, as resources are captured and used for gain, while an asset has inherent value. The model on the right shows sustainability is a collection of valued assets, and the cultural and natural capital engages all 3, while heritage assets underpin each. I come from a landscape architect and planning disciplinary background and think about heritage as place-specific. While it captures the image and reality of this evolved cultural landscape inscribed in 2012 as the Carioca landscape between the sea and the mountains. To include the diversities and genders of this city identified for the World Heritage inscription, the assets of the sea, the iconic massifs, the beaches, the mountain park, and the botanic garden were all captured in the nomination, while the city was purposefully left out of the nomination except for its overarching characteristic as a bright city against a blue sea and a green background. The outstanding universal values statement includes these words: exceptionally dramatic landscape is punctuated by a series of forested mountains that tower over the city, rising to the uppermost peak of the Tijuca Massifs at more than 1,000 meters high and cascading down to the coasts, as well as the extensive designed landscapes on reclaimed land along Copacabana Bay, which, together with flamenco and other parks, have contributed to the outdoor living culture of this city. The inscription employed criterion 5, that the city has been shaped by a creative fusion between nature and culture, and criterion 6, that the dramatic landscape of Rio de Janeiro has provided inspiration for many forms of art, literature, poetry, and music. When we consider urban and rural landscapes, it's useful to apply a framework of tangible, character-defining, this is the listing we use in everyday work to capture the elements and features of a place. Natural systems, geomorphology, hydrology, topography, land uses and patterns, spatial and visual organization, vegetation, circulation and transportation systems, both terrestrial and marine, water features and systems, natural and constructed, structures, buildings, and a vocabulary of urban art, sculpture, site furnishings, and details. The World Heritage inscription of 2012 enhances national pride, encourages tourism that provides economic benefits to the city. The favelas on the massifs were purposefully excluded from the nomination, which gives a sense of how those who are poor are often excluded. The parallel to tangible assets are the intangible assets of a place. Here I show a public square and church in the Mexican village of San Juan Chamula, a place of ritual, evolved, continuing urban landscape that is valued locally. Not a World Heritage listed place, this church courtyard landscape is a vessel for local spiritual traditions and practices. This partial list of intangible assets aids in thinking about and documenting aspects of intangible cultural heritage. Local and indigenous beliefs, practices, skills, art, craft, materials, and works, including such areas as sacred groves, traditions, festivals, rituals, music and dance, spiritual worship, iconic shared places, places of memory, marking events, joy, suffering, and commemoration, urban and exurban farming practices, regional and local cuisine. All of these are important to document from a baseline led by local values and local voices. That leadership and broad participation of local voices is required to identify values, and is a critical aspect of deepening understanding of intangible assets that take place in heritage. Many places of worship are listed in World Heritage. Does the World Heritage List value and valorize spiritual sites equally? No. At this point in the evolution of the list, there remains biases and inequalities. A study of the gaps in listing some years ago by both ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center noted that Roman Catholicism was overrepresented, particularly with churches. A good example of another direction is the Temple of Heaven in Beijing, the sole listed religious site devoted to heaven. Another spiritual place is the Asun Asagobo Sacred Grove in Nigeria that was presented in one of the earlier webinars as a World Heritage Site that was well integrated with the local communities. This sacred grove, which is now seen as a symbol of the identity for all Yoruba people, is probably the last Yoruba culture. The last within the Yoruba culture. It testifies to the once widespread practice of establishing sacred groves outside all settlements. Interestingly, this sacred grove appears to be governed effectively and respected at the national state party level for Nigeria, and local, with local voices bringing forward the ways in which they seek to preserve and evolve this sacred grove. The World Heritage description states that the landscape of the grove and its meandering river is dotted with sanctuary artworks in honor of Osun and other deities. The sacred grove, seen as a symbol of identity, testifies to the once widespread practice of establishing groves outside every settlement. So let me speak to the issue of cultural diversity and biodiversity from the framework of World Heritage and the Convention of 1972 as recommending and putting forward a framework for recognizing both natural and cultural heritage. I've taken this diagram from something that inspired me 7 years ago in a presentation about the IUCN ICOMOS Connecting Practices Initiative, and have continued to work with it, change it, refine it, to communicate ideas about biological diversity and cultural diversity. Heritage combines both with a considerable overlap, or perhaps even a complete overlap. On the nature side, we have natural habitats and human-shaped habitats. If we want to look at that, how that expresses in World Heritage, a simple search of the World Heritage list brings up, under the word Indigenous, 40 nature sites and 9 mixed World Heritage sites that include both nature and culture. On the screen, I'm showing from 6 state parties, just a few of those. And the photo here is from the Blue and John Crow Mountains. So another way to gain a perspective on nature is to look at the Convention on Biological Diversity of 1992 and think about what it means for the work that's been done since that time. These images, again, are from the Blue and John Crow Mountains of Jamaica, a mixed site that includes indigenous species and the legacy and current life of peoples who were from the Maroon tradition of escaped slavery. The preamble of the Convention on Biological Diversity has some interesting language. Recognizing and conscious of the intrinsic value of biological diversity, of the ecological, genetic, social, economic, scientific, educational, cultural, recreational, and aesthetic value of such. The importance of biological diversity for maintaining life-sustaining systems of the biosphere, which are coming under increasing threat with the effects seen globally of climate change. and recognizing also the vital role that women play in the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity, affirming the need for full participation of women at all levels of policy making and implementation. So it's important to note that these conventions, which support and relate to the World Heritage Convention, as a group, have very aspirational goals. Across the world, are women included in conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity? In some cases, yes. In other cases, no. And in other cases, still marginally. So while that's an aspiration, it may not actually take place in every state party across the globe. It's useful, again, at the global level to understand that we have made progress in protecting global nature. The protected areas, which have designation, are those that can be measured, and they account for 16.25% of the world's terrestrial and 7.71% of the marine areas. These areas store 15% or more of the global terrestrial carbon stock and assist in reducing deforestation, habitat, and species loss. They're economic assets that support the livelihoods of over 1 billion people. It's useful just to see where they disperse across the globe and indicate that there are some areas that have less protection than others. Protected areas may not all be set aside and well cared for. These areas go all the way down to what IUCN calls Category 5, where the interaction of people and nature over time produced a distinct character with significant ecological, biological, cultural, and scenic value, and where the integrity is protected. These places fall under the definition of a cultural landscape, combined works of humanity and nature. Looking at cultural diversity of tangible and intangible heritage assets, we see both are present. From the cultural diversity side, we recognize expressions of cultural diversity and note the 2003 Convention for Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage that puts forward the definition of that to mean the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces associated therewith that communities, groups, and in some cases, individuals recognize as part of their cultural heritage. This intangible cultural heritage, transmitted from generation to generation, is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment, their interaction with nature, their history, and provides them with a sense of identity and continuity, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. Note that that was a quote from the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. So for cultural diversity, another search I did, just simple search by word, was for Indigenous within the World Heritage List on the culture side. What I found was 73 cultural sites, possibly that simply used the word Indigenous in the nomination materials, and 9 mixed World Heritage sites. This is a small sample, once again, showing the sites. Now, it's interesting to note that in the case of the Jesuit missions in Argentina and Brazil, that we're talking about a history that was oppressive to the indigenous people from a missionary and forced labor perspective of cultural dominance. So we're holding up a World Heritage Site that has a cultural dominance underpinning. And the image here is from Paraty in Brazil, which is a recently inscribed mixed site, 2019, under criterion 5 and 10. Looking at the issue of religions, I did a further search just testing keywords, and here used examples from the Muslim culture and the Buddhist culture. What I found was 4 cultural sites that indicated Muslim relationships, 21 Jewish, 27 Hindu, 56 Catholic, and 39 Buddhism. Each of these can show you that there are aspects throughout. So for example, in Afghanistan, the cultural landscape of the archaeological remains of the Bamiyan Valley shows the exploded Bamiyan Buddhas and the cultural heritage destroyed by one faction over another in a conflict situation. Biocultural diversity engages all heritage assets. Bringing these together, we begin to see the interrelationships and overlaps that are critical to understand in our work to protect, share, and learn from heritage. The listed sites on the World Heritage Convention are not all innocent, nor are they broadly appealing. Especially the early listings came forward from dominant groups, leaving the sites of meaning to many people out. Also, from the perspective of humanity, the issues of values, meanings, and benefits comes forward. The World Heritage List today embraces the natural diversity of the planet much more effectively than it valorizes the cultural diversity of its peoples. There remains much to be done to bring forward more diverse heritage for local, national, or global recognition. The biocultural diversity of indigenous plants and animals, as well as peoples, is put forward in these 9 mixed World Heritage sites that speak to indigeneity of both biotic and cultural resources. These are interesting in their geographic spread, that they cover 8 countries, with Australia listing 2 mixed sites. The images here are from the Blue and John Crow Mountains 2019 nomination. So culture and nature are entangled and inseparable, and when we separate them, we do them both a disservice. Completing this conceptual model, the areas of relationship reveal that culture and nature are overlapping, and the reunification of culture and nature forms another important underpinning and baseline for our professional endeavors. As an example of a nature site, this recently listed migratory bird sanctuaries along the coastline of the Yellow Sea, Bohai, at the Gulf of China, brings forward an important topic, which is addressing migration beyond national borders. Now, I've shown the biocultural diversity diagram in symmetry, but it is not truly symmetrical. Instead, natural habitats have waned, human shaped habitats have come forward. Intangible heritage is less well recognized than tangible heritage. The 2003 Intangible Heritage Convention indicates cultural heritage is not only about buildings and monuments of the past, it is also about the rich traditions passed down as vehicles of identity and social cohesion. And they need to be protected and promoted. Further, noting the far-reaching impact of the activities of UNESCO in establishing normative instruments for the protection of cultural heritage, in particular, the 1972 Convention for the Protection of World Heritage, Cultural and Natural World Heritage. So I think it's important that we consider the UNESCO representation on the intangible list, which today includes 584 elements corresponding to 131 countries as of 2020. That convention notes the urgent need to safeguard and register these practices. So looking at where we are today, heritage is an important platform because it pervades the globe, but we need to understand that heritage is not the dominant issue in today's world of pandemics, of climate change, of economic struggle, of inequality, and of oppression and conflict, as well as migration. So there are many large issues that face us. However, the 2030 UN agenda, the UN Sustainable Development Goals and Targets, provides for us a platform that we can see heritage within. Heritage can foster, for example, no poverty through economic gain. Good health and well-being, goal 3, through places of environmental quality. Gender equality through access and opportunity. Decent work and economic growth through those types of ways forward in work. Goal 10, reduced inequalities. And goal 15, life on land, with goal 14, life below water, to work on the issues of halting land degradation and overall biodiversity. Highlighting this process, we should note that we are 5 years into implementation, and all of us should be actively talking about and applying these goals and targets to our works, using cultural and natural heritage as a platform. But I find that many colleagues fail to frame their local and regional efforts within the UN SDGs. It's critically important to do so because, amazingly, in these difficult times, there is global agreement on this 2030 agenda, and the aspirational goals of this agenda are framed in clear targets that are measurable. I implore you to do so using these UN SDGs toward greater inclusion, equity, and justice, linking local and global action. Taking a few small examples, making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable is goal 11. And human-shaped cultural landscapes, which I showed a few minutes ago, were taking up a larger amount of the terrestrial planet, are a part of that. So goal 11.7 specifically says by 2030, provide universal access to safe, inclusive, accessible, green, and public spaces, in particular for women and children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. And goal 11.9, by 2020, substantially increase, which is now a year late, the number of cities and human settlements adopting and implementing integrated policies and plans toward inclusion, resource efficiency, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change, and resilience to disasters. So you see, by putting this climate change, adaptation, and resilience under goal 11, you begin to see the overlaps within the SDGs. I found on a literature search this interesting article about the interrelationships between the goals. And this is really a telling scientific model. It's showing with all these lines the connections between, and I've highlighted here, gender, poverty, and inequality in red to show where they go most strongly. And here is a linkage in the world of fresh and safe water, climate change in black here, which everything relates to, and terrestrial ecologies I've also highlighted. Capturing diversity of landscape and social life entwined, the Philippines, the rice terraces of the Cordilleras, listed in 1995 under criterion 3, 4, and 5, require communal lifeways based on traditional animist beliefs. While the 5 listed sites valorize these traditions, the traditions that support organic rice growing and small settlements on mountainsides are fragmenting under the onslaught of global changes. Often World Heritage listing is ascribed to a place at risk and under threat, where the historic evolution shaped the valued place, expressing either the dominant or, in this case, a minority culture. But today, climate change, migration, civil unrest, social upheaval, poverty, the COVID pandemic, and more raise interrelated challenges for the endurance of heritage into the future. In the Philippines, one of the vectors that they have undertaken to support this area is the traditional school integrating landscape and teaching life ways, and the growing of organic rice on the terraces alongside sweet potatoes is a part of the food security of these peoples with their traditional diet. However, as is often the case in World Heritage, the benefits of the World Heritage nomination trickle down in a very small stream to the farmers and the communities that actually support the rice terraces. Much of the benefit goes to the travel and tourism industry through the process of supporting visitation to the rice terraces, while a few of the peoples serve as guides. This is a fairly common problem that creates and further exacerbates inequalities. There is an interesting case in Zanzibar where I participated a few years ago in a workshop around the issues of Stone Town, the World Heritage listed site, and Agambo, its immediate buffer zone. It integrates the historic urban landscape recommendation of 2011, now 10 years out, and the UN SDGs. And following this workshop, Muhammad Juma, who is the Director of Urban and Rural Planning for Zanzibar, has orchestrated a plan integrating the historic urban landscape recommendation and the UN SDGs toward a sustainable Zanzibar for everyone. I ask the question, can a farmer in Zanzibar have a good life? These are islands, and what that means is they need to address self-sufficiency. And it shifts perspective toward this large-scale planning for livelihoods that Mohammed Juma has undertaken. The key factors in this work are good governance and sound planning. Implementation needs to follow and is, in fact, underway. So the Zanzibar National Spatial Development Strategy incorporates all the UN SDGs, enabling transformation on 4 threads of people, growth, investment, and environment, society in relationship to inclusion, equity, poverty alleviation, and mobility, economy in relationship to employment, emerging technologies, and heritage as one of the important drivers, environment in relation to air and water quality, land use, food security, and livelihood. So the cultural assets of Zanzibar and Pemba Islands are integrated in a territorial context. What one sees from this example is that the isolation of World Heritage sites is actually better approached with an integration of World Heritage sites into their communities' lives, into their regional importance, into the relationships of moving forward with the UN SDGs in order to actually uplift the societies, the communities, and the environments in which they dwell. Our World Heritage seeks to advance heritage as a platform for global equity, inclusion, justice, and peace. I end with this quote by Irina Bokova: "Tangible and intangible heritage are sources of social cohesion, factors of diversity, drivers of creativity, innovation, and urban regeneration. We must do more to harness this power." Thank you for the opportunity to participate. I hope and trust that our World Heritage webinars will be an illuminating experience.
Now that was a good keynote, a great keynote from Patricia O'Donnell. Well, we'll be going on a break very soon, a lunch break. But I suppose we could open the floor for an informal conversation, discussion, if that's okay with everyone. So, Leos, do you have any question?
I was hoping some of our colleagues would also join the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, of course, it's difficult to ask questions because Patricia cannot be here right now. But I think it was a very interesting contrast, let's say, with the conversation this morning, showing also some of the ways that actually the World Heritage System is trying to do certain things better, but at the same time operating within the systems, you know, that are actually part of the problem. So it's a sort of like, yeah, in that way, I think it was very interesting in relation to what was said this morning. And I would be very interested also to hear Patricia's comments or, you know, thoughts on this. So maybe later we can have this conversation.
Thank you, Leos. Anyone else?
I just wanted to say that Patricia did send 2 points for her keynote, and one of which was what she, because I put that in the chat box as well, what she said there was that there are two overarching issues for heritage diversities and genders. So in other words, whose heritage is it, from local to global? We most often valorize powerful, elite, male-dominated heritage places. However, untold stories of slavery and service are more widespread. Sites of community, conscience, innovation, and courage are also valorized. Presentation of heritage has evolved and is still evolving toward inclusive stories, women, children, BIPOC, justice. And then she also asked who benefits. So the purpose of valorization of heritage include local, national pride, mutual respect through shared understanding and social cohesion, fostering peace. However, in contemporary society, the benefit is often economic and sectorial. Tourism, travel, lodging, souvenirs with low-paying jobs for locals, the poor, oppressed, and displaced gain little.
Right. And Dr. Hui, are you frozen there?
No. I just saw a question come up on Q&A, so I'm sorry. I'm still okay. Yeah. So just taking from what she has said, it's open for debate, right? And who really benefits? For me, that's the economical question, right? Who benefits from this? And as we've been saying, it's the dominant communities that are benefiting from this, and it's not the people on the ground. Again, it's not the community that is gaining from this. And I think there's a huge problem. If we continue to see this all the time, there is a problem. And I still think that this needs to be addressed. Again, social responsibility. If you're at the top or you're the powers that be, you should know that giving accessibility, addressing all of these issues should be part of the program, right? As opposed to always talking about the same thing over and over and over again. It becomes a broken record. We know what the issues are. What are we doing to change this? If we are there as gatekeepers as opposed to gate openers, there is a problem. And this needs to be addressed. We can't keep having conversations around this, writing reports around this, developing programs around this without actually making that shift. And to me, that is where we need to start working. I think I'm done.
Thank you. So I suppose before anybody else jumps in, I'm just going to read what Michelle Richard is saying, that some governments are not conscious of this holistic perspective developed by Patricia O'Donnell. How can one convince them? Any ideas how you feel Patricia can bring this up more into awareness and possibly policy changes so?
Sorry, are we supposed to raise hands or just jump into the conversation?
Please jump in, Lisa.
Okay. Then I'll jump in because first to the last question, when we talk about decolonizing, I think it's important that we sort of understand that as being the process of deconstructing colonial ideologies and the privilege of Western thinking, right? So if we look at it in that perspective, it is in essence a process that it's centered within the colonial structures that perpetuate the system. So I actually prefer to use, for me as an Indigenous scholar, I prefer to use the term indigenize because it speaks to the process of prioritizing and centering my knowledges and my methodologies in the work that I do. And I think this is one of the really important issues in academia that, for me, it was really a struggle to be able to do that work, to center it so explicitly in epistemologies and methodologies that I brought from my home community. So, and it's an ongoing struggle that you deal with every day, but we need to do that. So, you know, often I get like the question, but why can't you, some of the methods that you use, we have them in our methodologies, why can't you just use them? But it's something about, you can't just go the easy way. I think very often you'll see that Indigenous scholars in actual fact are somewhat of activists in the work that they do, because they so clearly work from a place of community, right? So when I develop like theories and concepts and methodologies, I don't initially look to other scholars, I look to my community. And I see what are the people, what are the knowledge bearers, what are the elders talking about in my community? And then it's all a matter of trying to implement that in the work that I do. And I think this is the way going forward to sort of try and bring some of these holistic perspectives into a more mainstream academia, because from academia, you know, we have the opportunity to sort of we have an effect when we appear in sort of conversations such as this, when we write not only articles for peer review, but also articles or blogs or whatnot. We are giving people the tools they need to articulate the thoughts that they have. And I think that is a really important work that we do as scholars. And I also think that when we're talking about solutions, like what are the solutions? That's not an answer that one single being can say, oh, but I do have the answer. As has been pointed out several times during the conversation now, that demands dialogue. But more than that, it also demands that institutions and people of privilege create the space for that dialogue. And I'm not only talking about now, you know, the white, non-BIPOC people. I'm talking about us as well. I mean, I, as an Indigenous person, am privileged because I'm employed at a university. I get to do the research that I do. And so from that place of privilege, what I can do is open up space for my community. When I do my work, invite people in my community to come in and work together with me and give them that same respect and voice, because we often see people talk about, you know, I don't know, informants, or for instance, if you curate an exhibition and you use knowledges and creations made by some Indigenous person, if you don't give that space to those people, then even if you yourself is of BIPOC origin, you're essentially a part of the problem. So it's not about, you know, I once heard it described as a ladder. So if you're not at the bottom, at the absolute bottom of that ladder, you know, if you place yourself in that ladder, if you're on the middle, if you're on the next bottom level, then someone has it worse than you. And then you are in a place of privilege. And then your responsibility is to open space to those that are less privileged. And I think we need to stop polarizing this in like one. I mean, yes, I do polarize for effect sometimes when I give talks or whatnot, but if we are talking in a long-term image or picture, we need to consider that it's not two camps that go into battle. It is complex, it is dynamic, it is so much more. And what we can do, I think, is regardless of the place that we hold in the ladder of privilege, is to give space to those that do not have those same privileges.
Thank you very much, Lisa. So Sophia and Professor Shahid can go next after Sophia.
Hi, thank you for giving me the floor. Just to respond to Marielle Richon's point, I think the issue, as Lisa said very well, is that the knowledge and the system has not been changed. So within World Heritage, we can still, there's still this divide between nature and culture, between tangible and intangible. So we can have all of those beautiful slides as in Mrs. O'Donnell's presentation, but until and unless we start changing this Eurocentric system, then things are not going to change. And I really like the point made by Lisa earlier on about nature culture. It's such a joke, this concept, and I was so glad to hear someone saying the same thing as me. Is this still about the divide between nature and culture? We need to abolish the divide. The World Heritage Convention is not about bringing nature and culture. It's actually about keeping the division that comes from colonial times, that we've heard so well this morning. I was so glad to hear that. Tangible, intangible is also a divide here inherited from colonialism. So unless and until those are broken up, and I really talk about not using them anymore, abolishing the use, like in the operational guidelines of the World Heritage Convention, we need to stop having those terms being used, and we can do that. Authenticity as well is just a nightmare. Why are you still in 21st century calling Indigenous people authentic people that live in the past? I mean, this is horrendous, and it is still happening. So unless and until we have a serious discussion and we abolish those terms, then we cannot move on. And I mean, we can have as many slides as we want about the interaction between all of those things. We just need to abolish those terms that derive from colonialism, and we can do that. So yeah, this is my vision for the future of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you.
Professor Shahid?
I probably would go one step further than it just being colonialism. Colonialism arises around about the same time that the Enlightenment starts. So a person like Rousseau, who talks about the division between nature and society, is really fundamental to the way in which we have been made to think for the last couple of 100 years. And so it's really a deep epistemological change in the way we think about the way we understand currently what makes up society. Is there a division between what is nature and what is society, or are these one and the same things? And if you're going to replace it, we got to think about carefully about what we do. And this is going to require a lot of deep thinking around this. And of course, a lot of practice, because you can't get the one without the other. And the second point that I wanted to make is that the UN system, of which UNESCO and the World Heritage System operates, is based on state systems. And if you have an authoritarian state, people at the bottom are hardly ever going to get to say anything. And even if it is not an authoritarian state, and if you think of liberal democracies, it's a point that I was making yesterday. Even if they say that people must participate in the initial stages of putting together a proposal for a heritage site, for example, or as a World Heritage Site, that participation in itself is structured in ways in which power is very important. And so authority figures have much greater say than, say, an academic or a community or some such organization. And recognition of that is important if we want to play part of this World Heritage System. I would also just say that it is not that people who sit in these World Heritage committees, advisory committees, for example, are unaware of these. They're very aware of it, but and the evidence that they require in order to make those judgments about whether participation has been full or not is very difficult for them as well. So just looking at it a little bit from the inside as well. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to leave right now. I'm already late for my other meetings.
Thank you so much for attending the events, and thank you for your contributions as well.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye all.
So there's a question there, comments from, a question actually, from Marielle Richon, that some communities are not willing to see their territory nominated for World Heritage inscription. They are forced by government. How can one convince government that this is not the proper way? And how can we convince communities that the inscription could be in some ways, beneficial? That is some good points. Any thoughts on that?
I just want to ask, beneficial in what ways? Is it economically, culturally, if that can be expanded?
Okay, so Marielle Richon, if you could, I suppose, highlight, what aspect you're talking about, that would be great. So any more thoughts from the panel there? And please, if anybody else, sorry, can I just say, if anyone has any questions, feel free to use the Q&A. This is for the attendees as well. Yeah, please go on.
Yes, well, I think experience-wise, what we see when Indigenous communities get their, like try and get things inscribed, intangible cultural heritage, for instance, what happens is a process of, we see that these aspects sometimes get, they suffer from a form of fixity. So what happens is that they become static. And then you have the governments and researchers and academia pointing to, but this is the authentic, right? This is the authentic. Because we have to keep in mind the use of the word authentic is essentially a way of essentializing. One of the things that happened in the Age of Enlightenment throughout the violences of colonialism is that stereotypes about who Indigenous people and colonized people were. So when we essentialize, we are basically doing the same. So this idea the idea of authenticity, that something is an authentic Indigenous or non-Western culture or tradition or ceremony or whatever, that creates problem because we are immediately then caught up in this structural way of defining authenticity, of defining that is not centered within our knowledges, methodologies, and epistemologies. So I think this is one of the problems that we have to overcome. But again, as I was pointing out earlier, I don't know if the solution can come from the very structures that create the problem. So I'm not sure. I personally, I would never try and work to get my community to get something inscribed. I just wouldn't do it because the fear of having something being frozen is, it's killing to Indigenous cultures. This is the problem with our objects being in museums as well, because we are constantly being presented as something that is frozen in time. So the ability for us to evolve is somehow, it's stolen from us. So alongside the objects that was stolen from our communities, so too was this ability to have a healthy way of developing. And as long as what we see today is that a lot of the practices that come with these objects that are in museums, and especially when it comes to sort of religious objects, for instance, what we see is that often they are no longer being made in their source community because the practice and the knowledge in the object has been removed. And to try and then get communities that have experienced this and are still living with the consequences of that to inscribe more or sort of remand into the custody of these structures that have caused so much harm, I have a hard time picturing myself trying to do that, argue for such inscriptions. I think before we can discuss that, we first need to talk about restitution. Not only in the sense of repatriation, because repatriation is a simple return of the object, right? Restitution, on the other hand, or rematriation is return of everything that comes with it. So the practices, the meanings, the stories, and the values. And I think until we get to that point, it will be very difficult to convince people to entrust their heritage further to these institutions. That is not to say that these processes do not happen. Of course they do, because as we also spoke about earlier, there is an issue of funding. If you want funding to sort of keep these practices alive, one way of doing that is to get it inscribed on the World Heritage List. So of course people will do that, because then it becomes something about you're choosing the lesser of two evils. And when we've come to that point, that the basic survival of people and cultures hinge on the lesser of two evils, that's a place we don't really want to be. And I'm not talking now only about the perspective from an Indigenous place. I'm talking as a human being in the world. This should be a concern for all people. This shouldn't be something that only Indigenous people are concerned with, or people that have been colonized work. This should be the responsibility of all people. And this is what, when I was talking earlier about a duty of care, this is what the ethics that is at the core of our philosophies talk about. The need to be accomplices, the need to support each other. So it's a really good question, but I don't see a way of answering it in a very black and white picture. I think it's very complex, but again, heritage, it's always complex.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Lisa. So Marielle has come back to say she meant in any ways, really. So I'll read the question quickly again. So some communities are not willing to see their territory nominated for World Heritage inscription. They are forced by government. How can one convince the government that this is not the proper way? How can we convince communities that this inscription could be in some ways beneficial? So beneficial in culturally, beneficial economically, this is what she's asking. Okay, so while we share any thoughts on that, Marco will go afterwards, and then Paloma as well.
Yes, sorry, I would not take too much time on that, because I believe that it was already replied by Lisan. I think that any case along the process, we should witness different steps. For example, if you worked as professionals in the field of heritage, it happened probably often to you to have people from the political parties of some small municipalities asking you about the listing in the World Heritage List. It happened to me several times for small realities that were, of course, captured by their exceptional waterfall or mills in the middle of the forest or whatever else. So there is very often, I would say, a misunderstanding of the overall process, not only from the communities, but also from the, not only from the upper, the top of the process, but also from the bottom. So the communities themselves are asking for this listing, because this is a sort of label. I would say that most of the time mayors are pushing for that, because this is a sort of label of their success. at local level. So this means that even though they may imagine which are the good and the benefits, I would say, but also the bad side of the stories, I mean, this is part of their political cycle, I would say. And this has been taking into the list a lot of sites, although we are not really happy of that, even in outside of the, even in the Western countries, I would say. I mean, the last one for us was the vineyards of Prosecco. We are not happy about that, but this was a very strong political push by all the municipalities, all the mayors involved in the site. And this, of course, went very fast to the central government and then to UNESCO and then to the listing. So this is one problem. And another problem I see is that we talk about communities, I mean, but this is, I think it's an important, I mean, sphere that we have to investigate, because we have traditional communities that are still alive in the, if we look at them as they produce the heritage we are dealing with. But most of the communities that are trying to care and then, of course, benefit, in a sense, from heritage are not the original communities, but the extended ones, I would say, like the Faro Convention talks about the heritage, but in general, we talk about this aesthetic community that is somehow putting individuals and enthusiasts together to have a site protected, although they do not live there and they do not have any, of course, sense of the potential impact of the listing or any kind of other label can have on the site. Because, I mean, the World Heritage list and the listing in the UNESCO is only one of the potential labels you can get internationally. All of them are, of course, impacting. And I think that people have this impression that this is taking them a lot of tourists, mostly. So a lot of new activities, the possibility to sell their products easily. It happened to me, by the way, also from people from Kent, I would say, that were quite interested about listing their site into the World Heritage list, because traveling in Italy, they have seen that the lemons were costing 2.5 euros per kilo, and this was considered a sort of opportunity for the community. And I said, I mean, as Venetian, I said, this is not an opportunity, because this means that the people inside the city center will be moving out because they will not be able to pay the lemons anymore. So I think there is a big discussion also about what communities are, because Sami are still a community probably, and in Africa we have still traditional communities, but most of the time we don't have these communities anymore. We have a sort of aggregation of individuals that are sharing interests, and for them they're fighting together, and this can be, I mean, the enlarged community, worldwide communities, and this is the very sense of the World Heritage. I mean, putting people together from all over the world to protect something they are interested in. And in economics, you call this the merit, so-called merit good or option goods. I mean, because you have the option once to visit, for example, the sites, although you will never probably have the opportunity really, but you want to have the option. So maybe we should also start a new narrative about reducing, I mean, these options in life. I mean, we should also limit, I mean, personal utopias about seeing the entire world and maybe contributing only because this is really benefiting them and because they can care of them. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. So, Paloma, before I call you, I just want to quickly, in 1 minute, just read out what the comments Kwesi has shared on the Q&A. Some communities seek to secure World Heritage protection for their sites from either destruction or neglect. International recognition of some sites, provide this, he said. He also said, I believe authenticity relates mainly to how your heritage object or site faithfully relates to the values you claim for it. It's not externally determined. Okay, so thank you, Kwesi, for that. At some point, if anybody wants to comment on that, or Paloma, you could go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go back to the first question. Posting another question, beneficial for whom? And this is from my experience in South America, working with indigenous groups and heritage. When we talk about heritage, we deal with a lot of different things. Authenticity, as Lisa said, is also a problem.
but also the state is absolutely extractivist in their way to focus on heritage, and is pushing communities to become World Heritage sites just in order to be together with the projects about tourism. So this combo it has been very, very, very damaging to communities in all the possible ways. And there is also this fixation Western to have Indigenous as a vivid museum. Like they have to be stuck in time, and they have to be authentic, and they have to be there waiting for the tourist to come. And this talks a lot about internal colonialism, at least in South America. So the question is, heritage is beneficial for whom? Who are the ones who get the benefits from this? On the other hand, I have also witnesses how the own communities, in this case, Guarani communities in the borders between Bolivia and Paraguay, have been working to lift places that they decide that they are going to be visited, when and by whom. And I think this is something that really needs to change the narrative about World Heritage, and who gets the benefits and how these benefits are going to be spread. Because as said before, yes, UNESCO and World Heritage, everything is operates from the state. And as long as these groups are part of the state nation, even if they don't want to be, they need to be subject to these guidelines, to these laws. So maybe I don't think there is a solution, but I think it's very important to start to having the stakeholders, the communities here, discussing what they want to promote as heritage. Do they want to do this? Fine, in their own terms then, because I think we are just going around same issues. And as Marco said, there is a lot of changes in how heritage sites are approached internal and by tourists and by the local indigenous groups. This is economically, this affects schools, children. I mean, it's a big change, and there is a lot of consequences behind. And I particularly don't share the idea that many communities promote their places in order to get protected. This is more related to the state taking a discourse about economic benefits to the communities, which in turn is pretty much related to structural problems of poverty and social justice. So I think it's very important to change the narrative about what is heritage, who benefits. I mean, not what is heritage, but who benefits about this conception of heritage, especially in indigenous communities or stakeholders. They don't need to be indigenous, but people who is around, you know, custodianship and so on.
Benefits and who cares?
Thank you very much. So we're going to go on a break finally. If there's still questions or whatever, you know, put them in the Q&A, and the panelists will answer that, you know, answer the questions, you know, at some stage. So we will be back. We will be back at 1 p.m. Central Eastern Time. Okay, that's okay with everyone. All right, so see you at 1.
Well, hello. The curious case of the Kasubi tombs. So recently I've been doing some research about the rehabilitation / reconstruction / development of the Kasubi tombs that caught fire about 10 years ago and has yet to be formally completed or officially open to the public. Access to it has been very, very challenging, but I was able to get certain insights and feedback from particular people who are involved in the restoration project, in the research and development of the new Kasubi tombs. While most people think that it was the death or the loss of a significant piece of heritage and architecture, The residents don't think so. The residents think that it was just something that occurred accidentally and believe that their culture has not been lost. Their culture still is ever present, and the new building will start a new era around the Kasubi tombs. Are known as the last palace of the first king to be buried at the mausoleum. He established this palace in 1882, and he was later buried there when he died in 1884. And as such, all his successors, the last 4 successors, himself included, have also been buried at the site. The African Tigress is going to take us through a video of the current state of the Kasubi tombs with what she was able to access and the story behind the rehabilitation. Maybe her perspective, which I find quite intriguing, will give you a broader view or a new view on the current development of the site. As is the challenge, women traditionally are not allowed or accepted to access the site. Or if they did, they have to access it in a particular decorum and in particular attire. And I think that you will also find very interesting. Well, have a look and enjoy.
Yeah. So since this place is a cultural place, you need to have, in case you're in pants, you have to get something to tie around. So it's going to put this around me. What was the Kasubi tombs? What is it about?
Kasubi tomb is a cultural place, where we are having the last 4 kings of Uganda.
Oh, the last 4 kings.
Where they were buried. It's called a tomb just because of the burial ceremonies of the last 4 kings of Uganda.
Okay. Who are the last 4 kings of Uganda?
We are going to know them. We are going to learn them when we are out of here. When we are in there.
Okay, cool. So this is me, Nakal.
So the entrance fee is 30,000, and this one's for free.
So I'm just wondering. So you can take me around when you finish.
Yes, you go to there, then you got the 50 euro, and after.
So the entry fee to this place is 30,000. That is less than $10.
Yes.
So you're most welcome to Buganda Kingdom.
Yeah.
The place is called Kasubi Royal Tombs.
Yeah.
It's under Buganda Kingdom.
Uh-huh.
And it is owned by one of the kings of Buganda.
Yeah.
That king is called Mutesa.
Uh-huh.
Mutesa the First. So Mutesa established this parish in 1882. That's when he brought his capital here. And when he was here, this very house that we're standing in, this was his first house. However, it looks like this, but this was a king's house. This was the first house to be built in this parish, and it was built in 1882.
Uh-huh.
This house is original. It has never been touched since 1882. The interior, it has been in existence for 136 years.
Wow.
Yet it was built in only one single day.
Yeah.
By a lot of people who are called the Baganda. Yeah, so the Baganda did this house for the king because his coming here was on an emergency. He had his previous palace at a place called Lubaga.
Uh-huh.
So in Lubaga there, that place was spread with flies, which used to cause sleeping sickness. So he said to bring his capital here, and then when he brought his capital here, this was his first house. So the king lived in this house for a while just because the house was small. Yet he had a lot of people around him. Yet he had a lot of he lived here for a while just because the house was small. Yet he had a lot of people around him. So they decided to build him another big house, which is the main house or the main tombs now.
Uh-huh.
So he left this house and then he went to this house.
Okay.
After leaving this house, he gave it to other two people who are the caretakers right now. And those people are called the spiritual guides.
Okay.
So there are people who are living here. They're responsible for guiding the spirits of the kings.
Okay.
This is the only palace in Africa where we are having 4 kings being buried in the same house.
Okay.
And that makes it unique from other parishes
Okay.
that we have in Africa. So Buganda Kingdom is a clan-based kingdom. We're having what we call clans. And the clans in Buganda is just a group of people who come from the same lineage, though they don't come from the same biological father and mother, but they are like a family. So Buganda is comprised of 52 clans, and our clans ranges from different aspects. There are people who come from animals, like the buffaloes, lions, monkeys. Others who come from crops, whatever. So in Buganda, if you're coming from an edible clan,
yeah,
you're not supposed to eat your clan. It's a taboo for you to eat your clan.
Oh.
Yes.
So if you come from the clan of a cow, you cannot eat a cow.
Yes. You have to protect your clan.
Oh, those are the ones that are in Kabaka and Jagala Road.
Kabaka and Jagala Road.
Yeah,
those are.
Oh, those represent the clan. Okay.
Clan, a clan.
Okay.
Yes. So here in this house here, those clans are represented by these rings you see. Each clan has to be with a ring. We're having 52 clans, they have to be 52 rings. But these are not 52 rings just because the size of the house is small. But this house here, the main tombs, inside it has 52 rings which represent the 52 clans of Buganda.
Okay.
So still in Buganda, if you're coming from the same clan, let's say a boy and a girl, you become brothers and sisters, you cannot marry.
Okay.
So I cannot marry someone who comes from my clan.
Do you still practice that today?
Yes, up to date.
Hey.
If I meet someone, a girl who she's from my clan, I cannot marry her because she's my sister.
Okay, and with all the modernization and all that, do people still know like which clan they belong to?
Yes.
Do everyone know?
They do. They know just because we are identified by our cultural names.
Oh, the names of different clans are different.
We take in Buganda, a child belongs to the father's side.
Okay.
Let's say if I give birth to my children, they have to belong to my side, not the mother, because the mother has also to have her own clan.
Okay.
Yes. So we identify ourselves by our cultural names.
All right.
For example, I'm called Kalema. Kalema is my cultural name. So if I meet someone called Nakalema, a girl, she's my sister. Yes.
All right.
So this is our current king of Buganda.
This is the current king of Buganda.
The current king of Buganda and the official queen of Buganda. They have their own parish at a place called Lubaga. A place called Banda along Ginger Road.
Okay.
That's where they do stay with the queen of Buganda. And this parish was owned by this king here. Sorry. King Mutesa the First.
Yeah.
So he established this parish, like I told you, 1882. In 1884, then he died.
Okay.
When he died, he was buried in this house here.
Okay.
So this now the whole place turned to be called a tomb, but before it was a palace of him.
Okay.
So after his death, his son took over the kingdom. This is his son called King Mwanga. This is a son to him.
Okay.
So this one had his own palace at a place called Mengo, and that's where he was. That's where he had his own parish.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the Uganda Martyrs?
Yes.
So those Uganda Martyrs are people who were killed because of converting into Christianity, and it was during this. Muganda, yes. So he was the first president of Uganda, but by that time he had his prime minister, who was called Obote.
Obote, Milton Obote.
Yes, so he was his prime minister. So Obote became jealous of him because he owned two big positions, and Obote connived with Idi Amin Dada, because by that time Idi Amin Dada was the chief of army. So they went and attacked him in the other parts of Mengo. He was defeated, and then he ran into exile in England, where he died from. Later, his brother was back to Buganda, and then he was also buried in this house. So he's the father to the current king of Buganda.
Ah.
Yes. So they do come from the same lineage, as you see, father, son.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's the father to the current king of Buganda, as you see here.
So this is the current king of Buganda.
Yes. Yeah. Currently. Yeah.
Okay.
So in case he dies, his young prince becomes the next king of Buganda.
What if he does not have a son?
They get sons from his brothers.
Oh, from his brothers.
Yes.
Okay.
Or his brother.
Are they paid by the government salary? How do they make? How do they make money? The kings.
Like for the kingdom of Buganda, it has a lot of wealth.
Oh, there's wealth.
In terms of land, most of the land in Uganda.
Oh,
it belongs to Buganda Kingdom.
So it's the first child that becomes king, the first boy child?
Not necessarily.
Any of the child?
Any of the child after making some kind of rituals.
Okay.
Cultural rituals.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
So this is called the Royal Drum House. And this Royal Drum House, because of the cultural issues, ladies do not enter this house.
Okay.
It doesn't, it's just a culture, and you're going to see what is inside, and later I'll let you know the reason as to why ladies don't enter this house.
Okay, cool.
Yes, so let's come and see and have a look at it. whatever it is inside here.
So I have to stop here?
Yeah, you stop here, for him you can enter.
Oh, you can enter.
So these drums you see, they are in 100 years and plus, 147 years. Very old. They're used for communications on 3 occasions. There is a category of these drums which is played to announce the death of any person from the royal family. And let's say if the current king dies, they will have to play for him these drums. And then there is another category of these drums which is played to announce in case there is any alive of any person from the royal family. Let's say if you were a princess from Buganda, the moment you had come here, they will have to play for you these drums. So on your alive, they play as you also live in Paris, they have to play for you these drums. And then the third category of these drums for them are played in case there's any kind of celebrations. Let's say if there's a newborn baby, royal wedding, a birthday.
Do they still do it today?
Even up to date. There's a person, there's a specific person who's responsible to play these drums using these sticks here. Yeah, so these drums are played by one person at a go. Like who comes from a specific clan. Buganda has 52 clans, but you find each clan has its own duty that it does. So there's this person comes from a clan called the Lugave clan. Lugave, that's the Luganda name, Lugave. In English we call it a pangolin clan. It's a small animal, yeah.
Oh, pangolin.
Pangolin, yes. Yeah, that's the clan he comes from. So it's called Kaula. Yes, Kaula. He's the one who's responsible to play these drums. And then, you know Mugumo tree?
Yes, I know Mugumo tree.
Thank you. You see this?
Yeah.
You've seen this before?
No.
It's out of Mugumo tree, the skin of Mugumo tree. Yeah, so it's called a backgrowth. This in Buganda we like it so much because it has various activities. Before Western culture we used to make our clothes out of this. It is used for burial ceremonies. It is used for like blankets. It is used for paintings even.
Can I touch it?
You can touch.
So how do you use it, blanket? Because it's not soft.
Because this one is so old. It has been here for so many. But if you buy if they get a new one,
it's soft.
Yeah, it is soft, and then it is much bigger. It's destroyed. Too much fires. So this is how it looked before it's burning inside.
So this is the inside.
Yes, the inside having the rings, the 52 rings. It looks like an overturned basket having rings around it. So all these artifacts were burned down and then we are destroyed by too much fires. So inside the other side, you know, the house is divided into 2 sections. You know, though it is a circular form. There's this part where we used to take visitors around here, and then there's the other downer part. So the other section of that house, that's where the 4 kings' bodies are. They are covered the other side behind there.
Can someone go there?
It is only the spiritual guides. Who enters there where the bodies are exactly. Yes, but
only the spiritual guide.
Yes, because they do perform some kind of rituals around. So when you look around, you see. I had forgotten.
Enter that house.
The reason as to why ladies don't enter the royal drum house, it is because when this king came here, he married a lot of wives. He married 84.
84 wives.
84 wives, yes. And those 84 are the official ones. He had other concubines out. So, due to the fact that he had a lot of wives, in that house there, the royal drum house, there used to be a man who was playing these drums for him at night in his big house there. So the king was scared. He thought maybe some of the wives might escape from this courtyard, go and enter the other house where there is another man, and then they have sex there. So to put an order not to allow all ladies to enter there. And the reason as to why we don't allow, even if you're coming from any other country outside Uganda, it is because whoever comes here, she becomes a wife to the king until when she leaves the palace here.
So right now I'm the wife of the king?
Yeah, until when you leave the palace. So you're now wife of the king.
That's
why.
No, my husband is a king. So all these houses, what about the?
So the houses which are here, these are houses of the 84 wives. So you're having 84 houses, 84 wives here.
84 houses.
But these ones which are around here, these are the most loved wives. So the king liked these ones so much among other wives, but there are other wives. So there are people who are living here, the wives still to this king, but these are just descendants of the original wives, yes.
Wow.
So some of them are here, they are married, some of them.
But if they are here, they are not supposed to sleep with their husbands here. No man is allowed to sleep over here. Except those two spiritual guides only.
They can sleep with women here.
And no, they don't have to sleep with the women, but they are the one who are allowed to sleep in their parish.
Uh-huh.
All these symbols you see?
Yeah.
Oh, these are part of the wives who died.
Yeah,
but they are only from this house here, because we're having a lot of cemeteries. So that in case these wives die, their body decides their houses. And in case one dies, they go back to her family, and then they get her sister. She comes and then replaces her. Each wife here has her own duty that she does in this parish here. Yes.
Up to this moment.
Up to this moment, yes.
Hey, what if the sister refuses to come?
Sorry?
What if the sister refuses to come?
Of course.
So does the sister move along with the family? Or she just, in case she's married somewhere else?
Not really, unless when she has children who are still young, she can move with them. But the husband, out.
Oh, it's only the ladies?
Yes, husbands are not allowed. No man, even me, don't sleep here. Even him cannot sleep here, but for you can sleep here. Yes, because you're wife of the king, so you're not allowed to sleep over here.
Hey, for once I'm a wife of a king. I've never... Interesting.
These are Muslims. Yes. Maybe 13. Yes, Muslims are buried in a different way. That's why you're seeing there.
Okay.
So this is the royal cemetery.
The royal cemetery?
Yeah, this is where they bury sons and daughters of the kings. Prince and princesses. So for the kings are buried in this big house here. That one. The wives are buried beside their houses. So sons and daughters of the king, for them this is their area now. So this parish is so big. Yeah. It is on 64 acres. It goes up to down, then it goes around as you saw the fence as you are coming.
Oh yeah, I saw a fence.
Yeah, that's it. So 64 acres. So due to the fact that a king married 84, he gave each wife her own plot to cultivate their own crops.
Okay.
Those are some of the gardens of the wives.
All right. And what's here?
In here there is a prince also. That is a prince. But it's quite different from these others who are here just because he's called Prince Simba David Alexander. And he was the first ambassador in Uganda. An ambassador in Uganda, but he was representing Uganda in UK.
Okay.
So an ambassador in UK, but he represented Uganda. So he was a brother to this king here. That one was a brother to this one.
Okay.
He was an elder brother to this one.
Okay.
So remember, this one was the first king of Uganda. Sorry, the first president of Uganda.
The first president.
So he made his brother to be the first ambassador in Uganda also. Yes. Different from these other houses which are here.
Why?
That house you see that it meant to be the first modern house in Uganda. When I talk of modernity, I mean it meant to be the first house to have those kind of the iron sheets in all of Uganda. This is the house.
Oh, this is the first house to have iron sheets in Uganda.
In Uganda.
Wow.
Uganda. And yes, Nyumba. So, and then it also meant to be the first house to be built in that squared form in Uganda.
Oh, because the previous ones were round.
Yes.
Like the circular.
Yes, thank you.
Those ones.
Yeah. So it is the house of the first wife of the king.
The
84. She's called Kadova.
What's inside?
This is just a house. They are nice. It's just like a store now, because there's a caretaker, but she doesn't sleep in there.
Oh, okay.
She uses this one because you see it is in a sorry state.
Yeah.
So someone cannot sleep in there. So they could go marry at any time they want. And this is how they used to marry. Whenever they had their journeys, and they were moving their journeys, and they spot a beautiful lady, who could just tell his subjects, bring that beautiful lady to his place.
What if the lady refuses?
They wouldn't refuse. They would kill her.
Oh, if the king wanted you and you refuse, they kill you. What if you run away?
It was very difficult for someone to refuse a king. Do you know
how much that respect can you gain?
But what if he's old and I'm young?
Of course, the king they used to marry young girls, virgin ones.
So that's like the issue of sponsorship. So sponsors started way back. Marrying a rich man because he's rich, marrying an old man because he's rich and he has wealth. That's like sponsorship.
And even if the lady was married,
yeah.
And the king had got her, the responsibility of the husband to bring gifts to the king for having chosen her wife among other wives.
And do you think, like now the ladies who stay here, you say they are family, they're in that lineage of the king, the kings, the wives and all that?
Yes, they are descendants of that.
Descendants.
Yes.
Do they wear trousers? Now that you told me I needed to wear
of course, here they don't.
Pants. You
they
see?
Don't unless when they are out of the parish.
Oh, so they cannot wear when they're in this compound.
But
wrap.
Yes, and then
oh, when they step outside, they.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
So the very first Kabaka, was he Muslim?
No.
Or where did Islam come from? Since it's, I think the religion and all cultural practices, they come down from the great-great-great-grandparents. So
yes.
Who among them? Because I've even seen in the tombs there are some who are Muslims.
Yes.
So how did it happen? Because as you can see, the other king was opposing people from changing into other religions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this most of the it was only this Mutesa first.
Yeah.
Who kept on changing. So when the Arabs came to Africa, to Uganda, especially because of the trade, he decided to change to become a Muslim as a way of enticing them.
Oh.
Yes,
to do business.
Business with them.
Okay.
Then again, he took Christianity.
So after that, that's when he built the mosque.
Yes, that mosque there.
Okay.
It was the first mosque built in Uganda.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed and learned a lot about the Buganda Kingdom. This was very detailed and really good. Kindly make sure you subscribe in case you haven't done so. Tap the bell for notifications so that you can always get notified when I'm posting. And leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Bye-bye.
Welcome back from that virtual tour. I quite enjoyed it. I hope everybody enjoyed it as well. So on that note, we are going to move on to, I suppose, the next session. And to moderate that session, I will be introducing Marco Akri. Marco?